Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our final APP stop of the year. Bit bittersweet, but we are back here in Bell Bank Park in Mesa, Arizona. Lauren McLaughlin, along with Daniel Roditi, here for our head pickleball pregame show. Dan,
Hi.
did we not start the year together here,
yes.
and we're ending the year together now?
Absolutely. I think this was my first commentating gig was right here.
And look how far you've come. You survived. You survived the year. So I think it's pretty good sign. But again, as I mentioned, our final stop of the year here on the APP Tour. Very exciting. It is Singles Day. We have Championship Sunday coming your way on Sunday. So we will have through to our bronze medal matches each day, and then all of those gold medal matches in our pro divisions will be taking place on Sunday. We, of course, have men's and women's singles today. We will be kicking off into a quarterfinal matchup here between Johnson Cola and Yates Johnson. The Johnson twins making a big name for themselves here just this year.
Yep.
I mean, we're kind of talking about as the year looking back, it's wild how far we've come, how much the game has changed, the talent that has flooded in. I mean, just thinking back, I mean, are there some players here today even that maybe we didn't even see at the beginning of the year that are now making big waves in the pickleball world?
Yeah, I mean, certainly the Johnson twins have been doing really, really well in the tournaments this year. I think, I think we saw Hunter make a big run in SoCal, of course, and they had other tournaments, of course, where they make some runs. Yates had a good run recently here in a big tournament, and I've seen other players out on the outer courts. There's a guy, Nico Montoya, that played Federico in the second round, and it was like 6-6, but you can just tell he's going to be really good.
Yeah.
Brand new guy, played for, he's a lefty that played for Notre Dame, tennis for Notre Dame. So, yeah, I'm sure there's even more that I haven't seen. So it'll be exciting to see some new names and some names that we're familiar with. We saw Sincola win his first pro tournament here on this court. So that is really cool. We get to watch him next. So, yeah, I'm excited. Looking forward to seeing these guys hit the ball around.
All right, well, Yates Johnson will be on the far end to start us off here in Game 1. John Sincola on the near end. Sincola, one of the older gentlemen on the Pro Tour at 42 years old out of McHenry, Illinois. He has been a tennis pro for many years and now, I believe, exclusively is teaching pickleball. Yates Johnson on the far end, 28 years old out of New Braunfels, Texas. He and his twin brother, Hunter, former professional tennis players for about 5 years of their career in their earlier 20s. Switching over to pro pickleball just this year.
Right.
They really started focusing, I believe, in January or February. So leaps and bounds they have come already here. And we will point out the sun is going to be a major factor here on this center court here at Legacy. Especially this time of year, it's a little lower in the sky. It's going to come across. So that sun is going to be pretty much right into the face of Johnson. It's going to be behind Sincola. So that side, that end change, going to be critical here today.
Yeah, and you have a couple other things going on. You have, for Sincola on the other side, is the ball coming out of the shadows. It's tough to pick up as well. So it's got some challenges on both sides of the court. This, of course, being one of the last tournament in the APP where you can use a spin serve. And I asked Sincola about it before the match, if he's still using it. We see one right there. Got a good kick out of that one.
So the answer was yes.
But he did say he's using it a little bit less because he wants to get used to not using it, of course, with the new rules coming in January 1st.
Bill Plusha is our USA Pickleball Certified referee for this match. 0-3 here in Game 1 as we're getting into the action.
Good leave there from Johnson.
It's going to make it.
Yeah, it looks like Yates is also using a little bit of a spin serve as well, mixing it up. Saw him go for a kind of a cut on the previous serve. Just misses.
All right, we're going to have a timeout here from Johnson. And again, I mean, you used to play singles maybe in your younger years, which is not too long ago, Dan. But, I mean, just talking about those shadows on the court, I mean, especially in singles, I have to imagine when you don't have the partner kind of to back you up or to move around a bit, how much more challenging is that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Especially, I think especially in singles because you know, the serve has to be bigger, the return has to be bigger, and of course, you know, the third shot, you're going to see more drives. You know, you will see some drops, but the drives are the ones that are tough to pick up, obviously. The ball's moving fast, coming out of those shadows, and these guys hit the ball so hard, even in the best conditions, you have a split second to react to that ball, and so if you don't see it clearly, it just makes it that much more difficult on that first volley.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like Yates is struggling just a little bit perhaps back in those shadows. So, again, that end change is going to be really critical. I have to imagine this near end is going to be the more favorable one throughout the day. Oh. Thought he almost waited just half a second to try and put a pedal on that. I thought he was going to have a better shot at that.
See the spin serve there. Good closeout from Sincola. Just not enough with that volley from Johnson.
Johnson is the 11 seed here today in a very deep men's singles draw. Sincola the number 6 seed.
Just missing inside out.
You can see Hunter Johnson back behind Yates, lending his support. Great drive from behind that baseline from Johnson.
Yeah, really made that ball dip. Made it for a really tough volley for Sincola. There's that little cut serve.
So Sincola had to buy his first round, then defeated Scott Dorner in 3.
Yes, he was telling me about that. Tough match.
Yates Johnson took out Zach Grabovic, also in 3 in his first round. So both of these gentlemen coming off 3-game matches here into the quarters.
And that's exactly what we were talking about, right? I don't recognize those names, but obviously those guys can play. They took both of these guys to 3 games. The game is changing and just growing so fast.
And we're elevated up here a little bit, but the breeze just picked up quite a bit up here for us, but you have to wonder if it's affecting them as much down in the court. It's a little shielded in here from the elements, but certainly is going to come in and swirl around if it does pick up too much, so we'll keep an eye on that. All right, Johnson mounting a little comeback here.
Yeah, good job there from Johnson. He almost got. I think he was fortunate there with his first volley that kind of sat up for Sincola. Sincola tried to hit that angle, but good job by Johnson to fight his way out of that. Right before this match, Rafa Hewitt took down Gabe Joseph. Of course, exclusively a singles player. Joseph is. He doesn't really play doubles.
But he's playing doubles this weekend, Dan.
Is he?
I went and talked to him, and he
Of
told me that, and I was shocked, to say the least. So that'll be very exciting.
Well, I know part of it is he was telling me before that he's got now a good sponsor behind him that is supporting, so he can play more. So that I'm sure that plays into him playing doubles. And he's certainly a good doubles player, but he's known more for his singles.
Yes.
And he has almost exclusively played singles, but it's great to know that he's going to be playing some doubles.
It'd be interesting to get your take, Dan, on there's a couple guys that come to mind besides Gabe Joseph. There's Ryan Sherry, Frank Anthony Davis,
right,
that really only play singles for the most part. Do you think in the changing landscape of pickleball there will still be a place for players that only play singles in pickleball?
I think there's always going to be that for, available for people. Obviously, most guys are going to make an investment into all three, right? Singles, doubles, and mixed doubles. But I think there's always going to be a few guys that just really enjoy singles and they're really good at it, and maybe they just don't have the success in doubles that they want to invest the time into it. So I think there's always going to be a few guys that maybe focus on singles primarily. Usually it's going to be guys that come from tennis, but you have Frank Anthony, obviously comes from football, and he focuses primarily in singles. See him kind of trying to get a grip on that ball, trying to find kind of the spin serve that he wanted to do, but
game point here, number 2 for Johnson Cola. Ooh.
Just missing there, Sincola on the drop. Oh, is it? No, yeah, it was wide. Yeah, that's what I
was
thought.
like,
yeah,
nope.
Sincola's dink just missed.
Got a little too aggressive on that.
Just long.
All right, I mean, Johnson's been creeping back in here. Sincola's definitely going to have to try and close this out here, because Yates absolutely has the skills to get right back in here.
Yeah, and it's, especially when you've had a few shots at game point, it can get in your head. Obviously, you try to block that out, but that can become a factor. It's just a great forehand there.
Just so much top
you
spin.
See, even from the it's hard to even see Yates in the
he's just
court
in
with
the shadows
Yeah.
hiding back there.
Yeah, see, we get a timeout from Sincola. He realizes, okay, had a few shots at this. Now Johnson has been able to put 2 points together, which he hadn't done in a few side outs. So certainly more pressure.
And Sincola knows. I mean, both of the Johnson twins, they have some lethal shots in their arsenal, without question. And every chance that Sincola gives Johnson to hit one of those is a chance he gets this first game snatched right out of his hands.
Yeah, and part of it, too, is the confidence that it gives Johnson. Even if he doesn't get this first game, if he's, even if you lose a game, but you feel like you're striking the ball better towards the end of it, it gives you confidence rolling into game 2. And, of course, that's another thing that Sincola wants to avoid. Oh, the little trick. Oh.
It's Johnson. Oh, my goodness. That was a
nice little trick shot.
I mean, look at Sincola. He was worried.
It was the...
Pulled out a little Gabe Tardio pretzel.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't know if it had been nicknamed already, the Tardio, but certainly he's one of the ones who likes to use it, and there goes game 1.
All right, so Sincola did avoid that being snatched away, so game 1 in his pocket. We'll have the end change, and of course, that sun difference is going to be huge here. We'll see who can handle it better in game 2 right after this. Welcome back, everyone. Lauren McLaughlin and Daniel Roditi here for our first match of the day on our live streaming coverage here at the APP Mesa Open, presented by Sunmed. We have Yates Johnson now on the near end, taking on John Sincola on the far end.
Oh, beautiful.
Sincola sneaking out a win in game 1 after having a pretty dominant lead, but Yates Johnson battling back. We'll see what he can do here in game 2. Oh, well.
Spin surveys. Those are my favorite. And I think a little bit what we talked about, just Yates getting some more confidence in that game 1. Again, he lost it, but he did begin to strike the ball better. We saw it roll into the beginning of this game. Let's see if it continues.
Oh, yeah, just a weird and wild shot.
So good.
I don't know if anyone at home can hear, but we're being serenaded by some birds in here that have come under the shaded cover to roost in the ceiling. Getting nice and loud, but we're going to have a timeout here from Johnson Cole as he now trails 6-0. But this was the spot that Johnson was in game 1 from the same end of the court. So we'll see if Sincola can do what Johnson did and adjust a little bit and start to get used to perhaps those shadows that he's got to deal with. But if not, we might be quickly heading to a game 3.
Yeah, it's part of the reason you see this you see it more in doubles, but when people are warming up, they will want to warm up on both sides of the court just to, as you said, just to get a look at whether it's the wind or the sun. The ball just sails and see how it's affecting the ball. In singles, you don't see it as much because obviously you're warming up with just your opponent.
Yeah. All right, so Sincola on the board with that error from Johnson.
Oh, just what great touch. I mean, that is a very difficult ball to drop.
So
beautiful. You see the tennis double skills there from Johnson.
Oh, my. Now showing off his flexibility. Twin brother Hunter hurt his ankle a few weeks ago. That seemed to be... Oh!
That's nice.
What are the odds?
Well, you know exactly how much you missed by. I have a feeling that Sincola is going to be exclusively using the spin serve just to try to get back into this, try to maybe get some free points if he can. And certainly when you're down, you tend to go back to what you're comfortable with, right? He's been using the spin serve almost exclusively, even though he said he's trying to mix it up. When you're down, you basically just go back to your bread and butter, and that has been his bread and butter. So that's expected that he would go back to that.
And we have the timeout here from Johnson as we are indeed seeing Sincola getting a little bit more comfortable now on that end of the court in those shadows there. Definitely had that adjustment period to make, but looks like he is making it.
Yep.
Again, I think especially in singles sometimes, you know, we talk about a little too late if your opponent has got out in front too far.
Right.
And it's never over till on the board, but can be a tougher road, certainly, when you have a bigger hole to dig yourself out of. But, Sincola's just, he's got that shovel just moving at a nice pace.
Yeah, and we have some breeze. It's definitely going from the near court to the far court, and we'll see if that affects. We saw that return sail long. That just misses inside out. Good lead from Sincola.
Oh, we got a cracked Durafast 40. So we're going to change that out. And we should mention, too, obviously, the environment here in Mesa, Arizona, very different than a lot of parts of the country.
Yep.
Very cool in the morning, warms up a little bit, and then gets very cool in the evening as well. So the players have a lot of environmental factors to deal with here this weekend. Oh my God. I mean, first the fadeaway from the backcourt on that beautiful drop, and then, I mean, he did not have a ton
but he
width
just
to
waited.
work with.
Yeah, he waited.
So good.
That ball's going to sail. Game point.
And game 3 indeed coming our way here in this quarterfinal matchup. It'll be really interesting when now they have both ends of the court to play on in this third game. Who can really get out in front and maybe stay there, since they're dealing with both ends of the court here in this third game. We'll take a short break. The conclusion of this quarterfinal match coming your way right after this. Back into the action for the Cola on the near end, taking on Yates Johnson on the far end, splitting games 1 and 2. Both players winning their games from the near court. So now when we were switching ends at 6 here in this third game, we'll see how this plays out. I imagine Sincola may take an early lead. Oh, nice gift. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Sincola. It'll be interesting. Yates did better in game 1 from that far end.
He did, especially towards the end of that first game, right? Once he kind of settled in. And you'll see you notice the shadows are getting closer and closer to that near court. So now the whole back court is covered, which is better than having sort of that line through the middle or kind of spotty shadows. It is a little bit easier when the whole thing is covered in the shade.
Sure.
But he still has to look up at the sun, possibly. But I think right now he's okay.
Oh, left-handed pickup. Oh,
yeah.
Some nice little cat and mouse exchange there between these two. That might have been the first time we've seen both of them really at the net this match so far.
Goes for the drop. Yeah, I'm more curious how the wind is affecting the play more so than the sun. It is quite a breeze.
Oh, thought he was going to get that over.
Yeah, Johnson's so good with those volley angle drops. But I think Sincola's starting to read them a little bit. Oh, it's beautiful.
I apologize. This is not a quarterfinal matchup. This is a match to get into the quarterfinals.
Okay.
Winner of this match will take on Julian Arnold, who defeated Ryan Eveloff again in 3.
Wow.
And I do not know Ryan, so good matchup right there.
Yeah, we got Arnold in the stands watching. Gabe Joseph as well, waiting for his next match.
Tied up at 3s here in game 3.
Yeah, big kick there from that spin serve from Johnson. Now he goes for a cut.
So he's got the spin and the cut.
Yeah.
So he's doing a lot with that serve, no question. And he is.
That's a good serve. Wow.
Oh, my gosh.
What a way of Sincola fighting his way out of that. He was in trouble. And with that forehand cross court, set himself up. Johnson almost does the splits, which just hurt me to watch.
I know. Both those Johnson twins, very flexible, very jealous of that. Coming up next here on center court, we are going to have a quarterfinal matchup between Kyle Lewis, who took down Pablo Teges, and Federico Staxrud, who took out Caden Nemeth.
It's a good win for Kyle. Pablo, a really, really good lefty singles player.
Yeah, that was also in 3. A lot of 3-firsts today. All right, pretty evenly matched third game here so far, but Johnson looking to get that 6 point in the end change. He's not going to get it yet, though.
Great return from Sincola. That ball was a foot from that back line.
All right, so it is John Sincola that gets to 6 first, triggering the end change here. I mean, this is absolutely anyone's match right here. There did not seem to be a real advantage, perhaps, now that both men have seen both ends of the court. That evens the playing field a little bit here in this third game.
Yeah, definitely. It's always an adjustment for the first few points. If you haven't been on that side, obviously now they at least have a pretty good idea of what to expect. That's why if you're a tournament player, it's always a good idea to warm up from both sides of the court. If there's any kind of wind, any kind of sun being an issue, you always want to hit at least a few balls just to get a little bit of a feel for what you can expect in the match. Anytime you have a chance to get a look at both sides of the court, it's always a good idea. Notice behind me, Hunter Johnson on court 2, about to take on Dylan Frazier. That is, I'm sure that's going to be a great match.
Starting tomorrow, we'll have 2 courts streaming.
Yeah, great job from Sincola, just applying pressure. He wasn't putting the ball away, but kept the ball nice and deep. keeping Johnson scrambling there. Oh, just misses.
That was a good effort getting there from Sekola.
Oh, absolutely. And I think Johnson, I'm sure, thought was going to be much further than that.
That was
very close. Very close. Sekola did appeal it to the ref, but the ref said that he saw it out.
Yeah, that's tough, though. Obviously, Sekola frustrated missing that return at this stage of this match. Cannot have those freebies. All right, Johnson really starting to ramp it up here.
Yeah, it looked like Sekola was expecting Johnson with the second backhand to go up the line and just kind of caught him off guard. Had to reach for that ball, leaves it in the net.
So Hunter Johnson has had a little more success hitting podiums a little bit
singles,
more than Yates has now. But he is certainly getting very close, and I'm sure he does not appreciate his twin overshadowing him. That's not how twins work.
That's right.
He's got to start hitting that podium himself here.
Ooh, just misses with the forehand. Yeah, it seemed that it took Yates just a little longer to kind of figure out the singles. And he's obviously done it, playing great.
And just such nice placement in the court from, both of these players. Such good court awareness. Sekola going for quite an angle there on that backhand volley.
Yeah, I think it was the right idea, just didn't execute.
Johnson takes a 1-point lead. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I was a little surprised. Johnson had some really nice drops, slowed it down.
Yep.
I thought he was looking for an opportunity to come in, but he never did.
No, but it just kept him in the point. Did a great job of just forcing Sekola to volley from a lower position. Just misses with that. But yeah, he just made a great use of that drop in the previous point. One of the things that as a tennis player you have to learn, you're used to trying to just blow the ball by people.
Sure.
And that drop, it can be so effective.
Oh, what a gorgeous volley.
Again, yeah, that ball's so low. Match point.
And Yates Johnson will head to the quarters to face Julian Arnold, as you mentioned, who is courtside right now. Watched this match to see who he's going to be facing, and it will be Yates Johnson. So great first match to start us off. I have a feeling, Dan, we're going to be seeing a lot of 3-game matches today.
Yes.
It seems to be the trend so far. We'll see if it continues. We're back here at the APP Sunmed Mesa Open, our final stop of 2022, right after this. Welcome to the Franklin studio. Laura McLaughlin here with Yates Johnson, who is heading to the quarterfinals where he will face Julian Arnold. I mean, we right out of the gate, we got shadows going on here. We got a lot of difference in the ends. Did that play a huge factor, and how do you adjust to it?
Yeah, I mean, I started on the shadowy side, and it was pretty tough because there's a glare, and you kind of lose the ball in and out of the sun. So he got me. I kind of had a really slow start, but kind of kicked it back up. He ended up getting the first game, but switched sides, and I kind of found the rhythm and got the hang of it. So
going into that third game, of course, now you know you're going to have to see both ends of the court in that third game. Did you know that it was going to be much more important in that game to make sure you at least stuck with him or pulled out ahead to get into that end change?
Yeah, I know starting on that side, I wanted to just get it as close as possible, get as many points. When we switched sides, I knew I had the advantage on this side, so I just kind of took advantage of that and just, biggest thing was just stop missing. And I think I did that, and it turned out well.
Final stop here of the APP Tour in 2022. Looking back, sort of, you guys, you and your brother Hunter, of course, really just started in pro pickleball early this year. Looking back on your progress throughout the year, what are any things that kind of stand out as some highlights, or how you feel about your progress throughout the year?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy about the progress. We started late January, so this was actually our first pro tournament in singles and doubles. So it's kind of like a turnaround to be back here and kind of be higher in the ranks and have some medals and things like that. And so yeah, I mean, it's been a great year. I'm happy to end the year here, and yeah, it should be a fun, good weekend.
All right, well, congratulations. We'll see you as you continue on. Do not go anywhere, though. Coming up next, we have Kyle Lewis taking on Federico Staksrud here at the APP Sunmed Mesa Open. Welcome back, everyone, to the APP Sunmed Mesa Open. We have a quarterfinal matchup on deck here on center court. Federico Staxrud will take on Kyle Lewis. Kyle Lewis will be, I know, is first server, but it looks like he will be on the near end, perhaps. Staxrud leaving the court.
He's done.
Hopefully, he was just like, he saw Kyle, was like, nope, I can't do it. Just joking. He's just probably taking his jacket off in the pro tent. So we have Kyle Lewis, as I mentioned, out of Santa Barbara, California, 33 years old. He had a phenomenal showing in Sacramento that we were at.
Yeah.
So
had some good results. SoCal, I think he got bronze, right? I think it was his first medal. And then, Sacramento practically with one hand because
I know, and it looks like his hand's better now. He doesn't look like he has that brace on anymore.
Yeah, he tore ligaments on his finger because they got caught in his pocket.
Ugh,
and he
I
has
know,
a
that's still
two-hander backhand. He had to go to a one-hand backhand and won the whole tournament.
Crazy.
Pretty impressive.
We'll see. It looks like he's got two rocking this time. We'll see what happens. Federico Staxrud, 26, out of Estero, Florida. Originally from Argentina. Staxrud, as you mentioned early in the day, had to go through Nico Montoya to get here to face, and then took down Caden Niemoff. Kyle Lewis, meanwhile, defeated Michael Lloyd in his first round, and then Pablo Tellez in 3. So we do have a bit of breeze and certainly still have those shadows. But as you mentioned, the shadows are sort of cutting the court in half now.
Yeah, it's more the, as Yates was saying in the interview, it's more the glare.
Yes.
Yeah, it sounds like that was more the issue. The sun is not really in your eyes because the sun is too high now. It's more the glare of the ball coming in and out of the sun.
Diane Vieta is our USA Pickleball Certified referee for this matchup. Kyle Lewis, the 10 seed here today, while Federico Staxrud, the number 2 seed, only behind J.W. Johnson. Oh, some nice cat and mouse here.
Yeah, I think Lewis had a chance to put the ball away with the backhand volley. He left it right in the middle of the court where it just gave Staxrud a chance to get back into that point. I'm sure he's thinking about that one. Just misses. Notice the pace of Staxrud. He's wanting to go fast. He's not taking a whole lot of time between points.
Yeah, he's definitely a keep it moving type of player. Lewis there going for that drop volley, just left it a little short. And Staxrud very quickly out to a 6-0 lead. All right, so did see a bit of a two-handed backhand there from Kyle Lewis, so definitely is incorporating that back into his game. Oh, nice drop. Definitely Staxrud leaning forward for that, a little bit off balance, it looked like.
Yeah, a little too stretched out. Yeah, good approach there from Lewis. Oh, it's beautiful.
Wow. And watching Lewis's serve, he doesn't have a spin serve.
Nope.
And it's very compact. He just kind of just like really accelerates through the ball.
Yeah, that stays in. Yeah, he's got a very good serve. And like you said, very compact, not a whole lot of backswing, but he just speeds up his hand through that ball so much that he gets a lot of power on it. The ball misses. Yep, it's out.
Yeah, just missed there.
It's the rare point where you see both players, especially in men's. You see it more in the women's side, but both players staying back. Of course, knowing that both of them can pass so easily. Oh, it's just so good.
Kyle Lewis has good friend Elliot Markowitz out of SoCal as well. They play doubles together a lot. He's in the stands supporting his friend, also playing in singles today. Great get from Lewis. Oh my gosh.
Stocksford just staying in that point. But good job by Lewis continuing to apply pressure. Ball's long. Ooh.
I know, I was like,
almost
whoop.
misses it.
Clips the net, but stays in. Lewis, definitely some work to do here to get back in this first game. But like you said, sometimes it's about just sort of building some momentum and confidence, perhaps going into game two if you can't take this one.
Yeah, absolutely. That's very key. From a confidence standpoint, just feeling like you're, at least striking the ball better as you go into game two.
Couple really nice pickups from Lewis there as Staksrud was just hitting some phenomenal shots. And that will be game one. So Lewis never quite able to settle in here in this first game, but we will switch ends and back into the action. Let's see if he can get something going a little bit from that near end. We'll be back into it right after this. Back into the action here at the APP Sunmed Mesa Open, the final stop of the 2022 season. Quick update in our men's bracket. J.W. Johnson defeating Rafa Hewitt in their quarterfinal to secure a spot in the semis, while Hunter Johnson and Dylan Frazier are dueling it out to see who will face Johnson in that semi. Kyle Lewis here in this quarterfinal matchup on the near end now against Federico Staksrud on the far end. Taking a look at that ball after a very funky bounce on the serve there from Staksrud.
And just inside that back line, we have a pretty good view of it. We're just over that back line on Lewis's side. Lewis trying to go to that drop, but he just kind of hung and allowed Stocksford to be able to attack that volley.
Yeah, this is kind of one of those matches where it just seems like Lewis has not settled in.
Right.
Hasn't found a groove, hasn't found a rhythm, while Staksrud has definitely found his groove, and it is getting well worn right now.
Yeah, and, Staksrud just keeps coming at you, and that fast pace as well can affect you because you feel like things are happening so quickly. You're losing 2-3 points in a matter of seconds, seems like.
And we have a timeout here from Kyle Lewis, trailing 6-0 very quickly in this second game, similarly to game one.
Yeah. You mentioned Markowitz waiting here. He is in the back draw. He is going to be playing Nico Montoya.
Oh.
Nico Montoya went on a little run there. I think he's going to be a player to watch in 2023.
I can't even list all of the players that are going to be players to watch in 2023.
Some
we don't even know their names yet.
Nope, we haven't even seen them. We haven't met them. Maybe they're here today. Maybe they're some of those players that took some of these top players to 3 games. But I did have a chance to watch Nico just for a few points against Fed, and I could just tell, I'm like, this guy is going to be really, really good. But he has one of those things called a job that seems to be getting in the way.
Those are the worst.
Yeah.
All right, Lewis on the board.
Oh, just not a bad ball by Lewis, but what a great get from Federico and creating so much angle with that volley. And, we're joking, but not really, right? I mean, a lot of these players, they can't play full-time because they have jobs at home. Some of them have families, and it just, even though they're good enough to really, go on the tour, sometimes there's other circumstances that prevent them from being able to do it. Yeah, great deep approach from Lewis. Such a big draw today. So many players. You said 38?
38
wow,
gentlemen in our draw today.
That is a huge bracket for singles. Lewis making a little bit of a push here in game 2.
Staksrud 2 points away. Again, winner of this match will head to the semis, and they will face the winner of Julian Arnold versus Yates Johnson. just percentage-wise that Staxrud has really been able to get up to that kitchen and control much more frequently than Lewis has. I mean, you can see he's not coming in on his returns.
Yeah, and that's what having a big serve does, right? It just puts more pressure on your opponent. Sometimes you're not able to come in because the serve is so deep. Your return is too short, and with someone that can pass like Federico, there's no way you can come in on a short return. The ball's just going to get blown by you.
And that will be the match. So Staxrud heads to the semis after just a tough match for Lewis. Just couldn't probably get anything going that he wanted to, so he'll drop to our back draw. Hope to grind it out back into our medal rounds, but we'll take a short break, head to the Franklin studio with Staxrud on his way to the semis, and then we're back into the action here at the APP Sunmed Mesa Open right after this. Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Federico Staxrud as he heads to the semis. You are coming from southern Florida, where it is very hot and humid still here at this time of year. Coming here to the desert, a little drier, a little cooler, especially in the mornings and the evenings. That adjustment to the environmental factors, is that something that takes just a minute to get used to? Are you kind of knowing going into it you're going to have to adjust? Just how much of a difference does it make?
It's a huge difference. I think it works for me pretty good, the weather here, so I can adjust quickly. I have trouble with the courts. If the courts are slower, if the courts are faster, that takes me a little bit longer to adjust. But this weather is great for me.
It looked like, you really got into a groove early and kind of stayed there while Lewis never quite found his rhythm. Do you feel like so far this morning, have you been pushed a little? Have you felt very confident in the way that you're playing so far here today?
Yeah, I think I played well. I think Kyle didn't have his best game, but I did a good job in not letting him get into it, trying to serve fast, try to play points fast. It wasn't his best game. I've seen him. We have a lot of matches together. He's way better than that. Sometimes it happens in pickleball. Sometimes the games just go fast, and that's it.
You've been working a lot with Simone, putting out a lot of instructional videos, working with her at her academy in Southwest Florida. Working with her especially, I know, singles has kind of been what you've been known for. Your doubles game quickly approaching where you're at in singles as well. Has working with her just really been something that you think has helped taken your game to the next level?
Yeah, 100%. Simone helped me a lot this year. I mean, at the beginning of the year when I was just playing singles, basically I was just coming out to the APPs and play singles. She kind of introduced me to the game, showed me how it's played, the doubles game, and it was huge. Also, I've been practicing with a lot of people down Florida, like Pablo Teles, CJ, Brandon Long. They are just great players, and they helped me a lot to improve for sure.
All right, well, congratulations. We'll see you as you continue on today. Don't go anywhere, though. Our ladies are taking center court next here in Mesa. We're back right after this.
The pulse, the beat, the vibe. You have a place to turn it on. Talking Stick Resort.
Welcome back, everyone, and we have our ladies taking center court here for the first time today at the APP Sunmed Mesa Open. Lauren McLaughlin along with Daniel Roditi here courtside for our singles day. And we have Mary Brasha on the far end, 23 years old, out of Mission Viejo, California. And she takes on a new player to us, Daniel.
Yeah.
Judith Castillo Gargallo, but we'll just say Castillo.
Yeah.
And you were speaking some Spanish to her. I know she's from Spain.
She's from Spain.
Give us the deets.
So she is from, just first time I've ever seen her. She is from Spain, lives in Louisiana now, played college tennis in Louisiana, and stayed there. So it should be fun to see her play some pickleball.
Absolutely. She is 24 years old, so recently out of college, as is Brasha. Brasha splitting her college tennis career between the University of Dayton.
Correct.
And
yes. And then went to Biola.
Finished
her last couple years in Biola. Did really, really well.
Yeah, I know she graduated with a film major.
Yeah.
And still in Southern California. So Castillo coming through Rachel Rohrabacher in their first matchup in 3. Very close matchup, 11-9, 9-11, 11-7. To now face Mary Brasha here in the quarters of the women's bracket, while Mary Brasha took out Cammie Blake in their first match. Only our number 1 seed of Georgia Johnson got a bye here in our ladies draw. Looking at the other quarterfinals that are underway on other courts here at Legacy Bill Bank Park. Millie Rain taking on Tatiana Rule.
How many players in the women's?
There are 15 players here in our women's draw, which is a good size for the ladies' side. Olivia McMillan takes on Lina Padigamete in their quarterfinal, and Georgia Johnson will face Abby Brooks. So the ladies getting into their day. Diane Vieta back as our USA Pickleball Certified referee.
Ball gets carried a little bit by the breeze, I think, there.
2-0.
Beautiful cross-court backhand from Brasha. Did a little better with that serve, pushed it a little bit deeper.
And we mentioned in the men's side a lot of new names and pushing some of the more established players to 3 games in their matches. And I think one of the reasons for that is, you know, you have some new faces coming in that the more established players haven't seen. So they can take a game off of them, takes an adjustment period.
Right.
In the same regard, you know, the newer players, they may know of the more established players. So I'm sure, you know, Castillo knows Mary Brasha, has seen her play, but maybe has not faced her personally.
Right.
And that is going to be a big difference than just watching, perhaps on a live stream.
Yeah, until you get to really face somebody, I mean, you can watch them a lot and that can help, but really until you play against them, you don't have a great feel for what to expect.
Wow, way to stay in that.
Great shot from Castillo there.
I have to imagine Brasha's going to be a little bit more comfortable coming up to that kitchen line. A lot of times with newer players, especially on the ladies' side, coming from that tennis background, you're going to see them stay back a lot more comfortable with those ground strokes. But she is right with Brasha here in this first game. a little too flat.
Yeah,
shot.
I think she wasn't. It's almost like she wasn't expecting a ball that high, and you get a little too excited, feeling like you have a put-away ball, and just overcooked it. It's out. Yeah, Brasha's going to have to be careful when you give someone, a tennis player, that many chances to pass. You're going to end up paying for it. So she's going to have to make her volleys more crisp. She got away with one there.
It's still early in the day, only the second match for both of these ladies. So there's still sort of those early morning, first day of the tournament. Maybe jitters to work out, some nerves settling in.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially, I would expect on Brasha's side, she could potentially feel more than nerves. A new player can have nerves because they haven't been maybe playing as many tournaments. But if they feel like, if they're playing like they have nothing to lose, then they can, swing out a lot more. And a more established player facing a new player that obviously is striking the ball well can maybe make you a little nervous.
Especially too if you've never played them,
yeah,
you don't really know what's coming at you.
Right.
It's a little more can be a little more rattling.
Yeah, and from the warm up you can tell, okay, this person is a good ball striker. So even from that point.
We're all tied up at 5s here in game 1 of this quarterfinal women's singles match.
It's out. Yeah, Brasha's playing, in my opinion, very tentative right now. We'll see how this serve. I'd like to see a deeper serve, but you can see how that serve is landing short. Yeah,
got a hold of that one super well.
That outstretched forehand volley that we've seen many times from Brasha in singles. Does a great job putting that ball away.
I think Brasha, having watched her a good amount, she doesn't quite have necessarily the power of some of the other ladies on tour, but she does have some extremely good shots.
Right.
And when she can hit the shots that she is so good at, we've seen her. Can take her all the way to the top, no question.
That's great shot there, backhand side up the line. Yeah, we definitely saw that, in her run at SoCal and LA Open back-to-back, winning the singles.
6-5.
Missing long, but I like the aggression on Brasha there, trying to apply pressure on Castillo. Yeah, we've seen a few balls from Castillo just float.
6-5.
Where the nerves can creep in on a new player, I think sometimes you're facing an established name, as Brasha is certainly now. And at first you can play, that ball missed, but it was not called out. That's definitely out.
The ball was long on a field. Timeout? Yes, timeout's been called.
Let's have a timeout here from Castillo as Brasha pulls away by 3 now, definitely starting to settle in a little bit more, it seems.
Yeah, and what I was going to say, from Castillo, and I don't know if she's feeling nervous or not, but certainly when you're playing an established player, you can go in with the mentality of I have nothing to lose.
Sure.
And then when you feel like you have a chance to actually win, that's when the nerves can kind of
sure,
creep in.
Absolutely. I've seen that more than a few times.
Yep.
With some newer players that can kind of get out ahead and then have trouble closing, which is where an established player who's been around the block more than a few times, I think has a little bit more of those settled nerves that knows you just got to stay in it. There's no rush per se.
Right.
You just, 1 point at a time.
Timing, 8-5.
We'll see if it is that experience here that gets Brasha over the hump here in this first game. Again, Castillo, she's just making her hit one more shot, and she gets the error out of Brasha.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, I want to see. She was doing pretty good, keeping her in trouble, and then just didn't kind of set her feet on that last volley.
Just fully on the run there, just can be tough to hit a good shot when you're moving so quickly, and we might have lost that ball under the stands. But watching, as you mentioned, both of the ladies, watching them serve, their serves are half into the box. I mean, certainly not as deep or as probably as powerful a serve as you'd really like to have, especially in singles where the serve and return is that much more important. But I mean, that's 3 feet, 4 feet past the kitchen line. That's way to track that down, but just couldn't quite get that back in. Yeah, I would definitely like to see both these ladies. That's much deeper there from Brasha.
Oh, just a great ball there from Castillo. Brasha didn't close didn't cover that line quickly enough.
6-9.
Great return. Oh.
I mean, great spot there from Brasha.
Almost an ATP.
Yeah, I thought she definitely was.
ATPs are rare in singles. They're even more rare in women's singles, and we almost saw one there from Castillo. Just missing by a few inches. You saw the wind just hold that ball
I was
up.
like, oh no, it's
going
to.
That answers if how much the wind is playing a factor. You saw the ball right there just get held up, almost drop in the kitchen.
Yeah, I thought that might have been some trouble there for Castillo, as she was certainly set up to hit that overhead. And thought she might have need to let that drop, but wind didn't take it too far away. Yeah, Brasha showing some frustration here.
Yeah,
I just think, made some errors.
She's tight. I think she's nervous. She's tentative.
7-9.
And, see if she can work herself out of it.
Oh, great hands.
Great shot. Gets a hand clap from Castillo there.
Yeah, nice little exchange there. Don't see that too often on the ladies' side, as you mentioned.
Right.
Not often going to have both ladies up at the net, engaging in a little hands battle, but really well done. I thought Castillo had Brasha burned there, but she just did such a great job staying in there.
9-7.
Oh, it's beautiful there from Brasha. Castillo just not able to do enough with the volley.
I liked her closing into the net, though, when she had the opportunity to do so.
Absolutely.
And we're going to have a game point here for Mary Brasha.
Not much better there. A little deeper serve.
And she is into the wind, which is tough as well.
Yep.
10.
It's just an unfortunate error there for Castillo. I mean, she really had Brasha kind of in trouble during that rally, but
Yeah, Brasha was fortunate to come out on top of that one. That ball caught some air under, and Castillo just couldn't quite reach it.
another game point.
Let's see who attacks first. It looks like it's going to be Castillo. That's basically what it comes down to, is who is going to apply pressure first. They're going to come out on top more times than not. And when you're in the back like that, you're sort of measuring your shots, trying to figure out if it's a good one to go, but it can make you really indecisive instead of just committing to the shot and following it in. Well, that ball was long, but it was not called. That was in. Oh, beautiful. Well, good karma there for Brasha. With the generous call, gets a incredible forehand roll there. So another game point opportunity for Brasha.
I mean, Castillo's doing such a great job, though, really pinning Brasha in that backcourt. Yep. She's often getting pushed back off the line.
Let's see who's going to play this aggressive.
Oh, that one much shorter. And again, the 2 shots, very short, and Brasha stays back.
Yeah, and I think they're both now are, as I mentioned earlier, maybe Castillo feels like she's got a chance here, and she's playing she played that point a little tentative. She was lucky to come out on top, but she had a chance to go in on both of those shots. Chose not to, but she was fortunate that Brasha missed. And I think that ball might have missed too.
Yeah, that was very close.
But honestly, you'd rather see 2 players being generous with their calls rather than, the other way around, which can happen too. But timeout.
I like this. I like this offensive timeout.
Love it.
She's had a few opportunities to close this out. Hasn't, while Castillo has been stuck on 7 as well. So they've both kind of just been trading side outs here. Really like it. Brasha has a timeout to use. Do it here. Just sort of refocus, shake off everything that happened before. Doesn't matter. Just need to 1 point. 1 point is all you need. It's 0-0 again, and you just need that 1 point. So I like this. As we are potentially about to get into the second game, Dan, are you seeing any patterns or things emerging here you think we will continue to see in game 2? Perhaps some adjustments either of these ladies might need to make?
It's going to come down to who's going to be aggressive, who's going to apply pressure, who's going to try to force their opponent into a mistake, right, rather than being tentative. I think whoever is aggressive is going to win this match. And it could still go either way right now. Yeah, so we saw Brasha be the one who applied pressure. Castillo did not come in.
Yeah, and I think Brasha had some opportunities to do that earlier and didn't, so like to see that as she came out of that timeout really focused and got the job done. So we'll take a short break. Game number 2 here in this Women's Pro Singles quarterfinal match coming your way right after this.
The pulse, the beat, the vibe. You have a place to turn it on. Talking Stick Resort.
We are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
Welcome back, everyone. Game number 2 about to kick off here at the APP Sunmed Mesa Open. Our final tour stop of 2022. We have Mary Brasha on the near end, 23 years old, out of Mission Viejo, California, taking on relatively newcomer, 24-year-old Judith Castillo out of Shreveport, Louisiana, originally from Spain. And Brasha able to pull out game 1, 11-7. Now with the end change, we'll see if Castillo... Oh my goodness. What? I mean, what an amazing rally to kick off the second game.
Amazing gets from Castillo, guessed right on Brasha's overhead and was able to run that ball down and force Brasha to hit a couple more balls. Oh, just missed. Yep. Just missed the corner there.
That is one of Brasha's best shots.
Yeah, a little forehand flick, kind of an outstretched forehand flick roll cross court. Yeah,
Great spot.
Yeah, we see the version from the back line there, kind of the same shot, but instead of doing out of the air, now you're doing it from that back line and just a beautiful angle. I don't think Brasha realizes she won the point. Castillo said, "I'll take it if you want me to have it."
It'll be interesting to see how this second game plays out, because occasionally you'll see, the more established player in Mary Brasha, that first game a little tight, maybe really getting used to Castillo's form of play.
Right.
And it'll be interesting to see if she is able to kind of play much more confidently in the second one, kind of it's not going to be easy, but
100%.
Just kind of settle in a little bit more now that she kind of shook out that first game. Ooh, serves like that though, not going to help. But I mean, Castillo just right there in it. What a tough player. I'm excited to see her growth.
You know what though? I don't mind that serve because her serves have been so short.
Exactly, she's going for it.
If you're trying to get out of the jitters there, you kind of want to miss long. Not that you want to miss, but you want to push, see how far I can push the ball and keep it in, and that's okay. That's not a bad miss. The key will be when she gets a chance to serve again, if that last serve is going to make her really hesitant, knowing that there's some wind and it can push it out, which is what can happen when you're serving with the wind. That's great forehand roll from Castillo, just out of the outstretched forehand of Brasha's. And Castillo out to a lead here. Yeah, good pressure from Brasha. Saw the ball again get held up by the wind. She thought she was going to have an overhead, ended up being just a lower volley. Let's see this serve. It'll be interesting. Same side. Yeah, definitely played it a lot more safe.
Like it got the short return, though, and came in. If you have a short return, you have no reason not to get your butt up to the kitchen line. They're bringing you in.
Right. Yeah, when you're serving with the wind at your back, especially in women's doubles where you're going to see more people stay back on the return, you want to serve in the first short ball you see. You want to come in. There's a cross-court forehand again from Brasha.
I love that Mary Brasha kind of has this very like low-key swagger walk that she does.
Oh, what a beautiful shot from Castillo. Now, you saw the previous backhand volley. The first one was a classic tennis volley, kind of with a cut. And I think as she just continues to learn this game, she will learn to kind of flatten that paddle out a little bit more and not cut the ball so much on the volley, because it just doesn't penetrate like it does in tennis, obviously, without the string. So that's one of the adjustments that tennis players have to make in how they volley the ball, with a flatter paddle face rather than a kind of a slice or a cut like you do in tennis. That's out. All right, so Brasha has managed to tie it back up.
And we're going to have a timeout here from Castillo. I like that. She's already showing good awareness of using those timeouts. Love to see that.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, Castillo, I can't imagine, you know, at only 24 years old, coming out of her college tennis career, I imagine she did not start playing pickleball probably until after that college career was over, only, you know, year or two ago. So certainly a relatively new pickleball player. I have to imagine, don't know exactly when she started playing, but
yeah,
this next year with the tennis players really getting the memo that there is this opportunity for them to kind of transition over, especially if college is going to be sort of their final hurrah in the tennis world. So I am super excited for this upcoming year. I think it's going to be a just explosion more than we've already seen.
Yeah, I mean, every year it feels that way, right? Every year it's just the growth of the sport is so incredible. Yeah, good deep return from Brasha, just continuing to apply pressure. It's a beautiful forehand. Notice Brasha stood considerably back from that back line, and sometimes when you have the wind at your back, she's not doing as much now, but you have the wind at back, you're so afraid of that wind pushing the ball out that sometimes you see players move back on their serve. Yeah, that's a good forehand. She just didn't do enough with that first ball. Knows she left it way too short. That's a great deep serve from Castillo. Like to see her follow. Yeah, great job. Yeah, just great job from Castillo, recognizing that her deep serve really put Brasha kind of on her heels. And great job recognizing that from Castillo and being able to apply pressure immediately after that. Yeah, it's just too good. I mean, that was not a bad ball from Brasha. She was just a little late getting in. The ball was deep, but Castillo was able to get there pretty quickly. Caught Brasha in that transition zone and not quite able to get to that ball.
We are tied back up at sixes.
That's a great volley. Yeah, great job. That first volley was just so good, so deep. Forced Castillo to just throw the ball up in the air and hope to stay in the point.
And you mentioned it. It does seem to be playing out as you foretold. Whoever's being the more aggressive player does seem to be coming out on top of these rallies.
My ball just missed. Yeah, it was out. It was out.
I did not see it.
Yeah, I thought it missed. I thought it was out.
It's blocked.
Okay. Yeah, Gabe Joseph said he saw it in. I trust his eyes more than I trust mine. 20 years younger. That's out. That's out.
I mean, good idea. Wanted to press Brasha back.
Yep.
Just overdid it a smidge.
I'll be interested to see if Brasha gives away a couple calls after she got overruled. I know she's very sensitive to, doesn't want to make a bad call.
That definitely
was
out.
That was out. It can get in your head if you're so worried about making a bad call and then you get overruled and you kind of overcompensate. That was just a tentative backhand. She just didn't commit to either shot. It almost looked like she thought about driving it and then thought to drop it and just didn't do either one.
Yeah,
just indecisive.
Yeah, it seems like when Brasha's not coming out or hitting some shots not as well, she just kind of seems in between. She's not committing to being aggressive or to staying back. She's kind of, as you mentioned, indecisive, and that I think is biting her a little bit.
I mean, she should have come in on both of those shots. Castillo chose to come in. Again, Brasha fortunate to come out on top because she really gave up a couple opportunities to come in, and that just shows that she's hesitant, right? She's indecisive, and not just in shot selection, but just in the. There we go. We see great move there. Oh, hits her own shoe. Unfortunately, she was there.
Herself.
I mean, she got to the ball.
I know.
But hit her own
such a weird
foot
bobble.
Trying to hit it, yeah. Yep. You see that cut backhand volley again, kind of that tennis volley.
And we're going to have the second final timeout here for Castillo, as Brasha now 2 points away from closing out this match, and Castillo does need to win this second game to force a third if she wants to possibly head to the semis. And I mean, we talked a little bit before, Castillo, we're not sure if she has any sort of nerves around being sort of a newer player, playing, a more established player. I have thought she looks extremely confident out there. She's playing within herself.
Yep.
I think she's not trying to do too much, and she does not. I'm not sensing sort of any sort of nerves or hesitancy from her. I think she's just playing really well, and she's hanging with Brasha obviously the whole way here.
Yeah, great job there from Castillo. I agree with you. I think I've seen nerves just in specific
spots. And I, of course,
in game
just
one.
Speculating.
And then, I agree with you. I think
wrong.
she's playing more free than Brasha is. I think Brasha's definitely playing more tentative than what we're used to seeing. Yeah, it's just a good angle volley there from Castillo. I think Castillo. So this is the key right here. This is a crucial point for Castillo. This is where, if we're going to see nerves, it would be right here at 9-9 as she's tied it up. You see how short the serve was. Yeah, so that's kind of what happened in game one, right? Brasha had a lead, Castillo tied it up, and almost like she thought, oh, I could win this. And she got tentative for maybe like 2 or 3 points, and that's where Brasha kind of pulled away. And then that's why I thought that 9-9 point was going to be key for her, and it is also key for Brasha right here.
Oh, it is 9-8.
Oh, 9-8. I thought it was 9-9. Sorry. But same thing, right? Just a point away.
Yeah,
as
absolutely.
She got closer to tying it, you saw her serve get way shorter. Even though she is sitting against the wind, I was still considerably shorter than her other serves. Match point.
I mean, she's falling back as she hits that. There's the aggression. Love it.
Angle.
Great hands.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Look at.
So that what you see there is Brasha has gone to that forehand roll almost every time. And so Castillo guessed right. I still think, I mean, I would have hit that same ball if I were Brasha, but now is where you have to start mixing it up. She's got to go up the line, or Castillo's just going to keep jumping on that cross-court ball. And, you know, for the viewers out there, you can have a favorite shot, and certainly for Brasha is those short-angle forehand and backhand cross-court shots, but you have to have a second shot that you can go to when your opponent starts realizing that you're going to be going to that shot. That could still be your go-to, but you need something else to keep your opponent guessing a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, you can be fantastic, but if you can't win with that shot every single time, it's not going to do you any good because they're going to recognize it. Because at this level of play, the ability to adjust to your opponent. All right, back in from the Brasha timeout. Oh, she's getting real deep on these. Oh, that was.
That's a goal.
Oh, God, it's going out. What a rally. What a rally.
Incredible.
I mean.
And, you know, Castillo had a couple balls there she could have easily called out.
I agree.
And I just want to say I love seeing that because we see way too much of the other. Of tight calls from a number of players, and we see two players here who are very, and maybe overly generous, but just love to see the sportsmanship from Castillo there.
All right, another match point here. Brasha struggled a little bit in game one to close it out. I like the idea from Castillo.
Great player. Hey, we said players to watch. Keep an eye on Castillo.
I mean, absolutely. Put her on the list.
Yep.
What a fantastic match here for these ladies. But it is Brasha who will head to the semis. And she will face the winner of the Millie Rain Tatiana Rule matchup, which let's refresh and see if we have it. It is Millie Rain who has come out on top. So Mary Brasha faces Millie Rain in the semifinals, while Georgia Johnson will face Lina Padigamete in the other. On the ladies' side, we'll head to the Franklin studio and back into the action here in Mesa, Arizona, right after this.
There was a time when I was young, my brothers were young, and we actually lived in just a small motel room for about 9 months, my brothers, my dad, and I. And it really taught us that you don't need a lot to be happy in life.
We're live. Sometimes I don't hear when they're talking to me. It's a problem. I need to fix it. Lauren McLaughlin, welcome to the Franklin Studio with Mary Barasha as she's heading to the semifinals here in Mesa on the ladies' side. I mean, I have to imagine you have not played Castillo before, so playing a new player, there's an adjustment period, there's a feeling out process. She pushed you the entire time. What were kind of your thoughts throughout that match as you're adjusting to her as a new player?
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Judith. She's super nice and awesome and gets to everything, and it was really cool to meet her, and I know we're going to have a lot more great battles on the pickleball court, but definitely just trying to remember I have to get one more ball back, and the point is not going to be over because she just gets everything, so...
I mean, going on, of course, there's a lot of really talented ladies in the field as you head to the semis. Has it been sort of today your focus to play the game you know you need to play and then make the adjustments as needed based on who you're going to face?
Yeah, I'm just hoping that as the day goes on, I just want to keep gaining more confidence and just go for the shots I want to go for. And I think when I do that, I'll have some success. So I'm excited to keep going.
I mean, final stop of the year here on the APP Tour. You, of course, have had some phenomenal tournaments along the way. This is kind of your first kind of real full year after your college career with tennis ended and you had more time to dedicate to pickleball. Sort of looking back over the year, did any particular tournaments stick out for you, or how do you sort of feel just about your year looking back?
Well, I'm already having such a fun time here because it's fun to see all the pickleball friends and be on the West Coast still. So obviously some of my favorite tournaments were the SoCal Classic and the LA Open. Those were pretty fun.
I mean, it has been a pleasure and a privilege, of course, Mary, to have you on tour all year, and has just been a fantastic year for you, and I can't wait to see what comes, but the day's not over, so we got some more pickleball still to play, but you head to the semis, so congratulations. We'll see you as you carry on. Don't go anywhere. We're back here with more action at the APP Sunmed Mesa Open to close out the 2022 season right after this.
The pulse, the beat, the vibe. You have a place to turn it on. Talking Stick Resort.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are back here with our first semifinal matchup in our men's pro singles bracket. We have our number 1 seed, J.W. Johnson. He defeated James Thorpe in his first round of the day, followed by Noah Zwirin, then taking out ultimately Rafa Hewitt in the quarterfinals to get here today. J.W. Johnson, 20 years old, out of Boynton Beach, Florida. He takes on another Johnson. We saw his twin brother earlier. This is Hunter Johnson on the far end. All right, great start. Hunter Johnson also having a bye in his first round. Took out a very good next-gen player, Eli Bertram, in his first matchup, then faced Elliot Markowitz before having to defeat Dylan Frazier in his quarterfinal matchup, 11-9, 11-6.
Beautiful backhand up the line there from Hunter. I'm going to use first names.
I know, now it's Johnson. Yeah, we can't do it.
JW and we got Hunter. Yeah, great roll there from Hunter, getting that ball down, forcing JW to pop it up.
JW Johnson, of course, sporting a fresh new haircut.
Yeah.
That he got recently, looking quite dapper. The young kids these days can't keep up with all the hairstyle trends.
Yeah, then he say he got it from, who was it? Mentioned somebody.
Oh, yeah. Somebody said that he needed.
Yeah, Hunter trying to go for that angle shot, but he's kind of sliding backwards as he tries that shot, leaves it short.
Just a little long. Hunter Johnson, of course, also 28 years old, out of New Braunfels, Texas. Mentioned earlier when we saw Yates that the two of them played professional tennis together for about 5 years before transitioning in January of this year into pro pickleball. So now that they have both sort of become household names, we tend to forget that we were just introduced to the twins this year.
Right.
Yates mentioning in his interview earlier that this Mesa tournament that kicked off our 2022 year was really their first pro tournament.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Net love there going to J.W. Johnson. Hunter, the number 5 seed here today. Wow. Oh, my gosh. Great hands.
Yeah, just such quick hands from JW. Of course, as we've seen, especially we see it in doubles. We don't see it as often in singles, but yeah, he's got some of the best hands in the game.
I mean, so good. He really, I didn't know what he was going to do with that final shot. He just disguised it so well.
Yeah, with some players you can kind of guess sort of what their kind of limited options might be, but with someone like JW, he has so many shots that he can hit from anywhere that it sort of just freezes you. You can't even kind of cheat one way or another. JW going for kind of a higher loopy serve, just sails a little bit long. He had been driving the previous ones. A lot of times you see players just change up their serve, just obviously to give their opponents a different look, something new. That time it didn't work out. All tied up. Just, no backswing, and just can generate so much power by flicking that hand.
Yeah, let that get on him a little bit.
Yeah.
Looked like he might have possibly changed his mind about what he wanted to do with that. But we mentioned it earlier as well. Hunter Johnson has had a little bit more success so far in singles than twin brother Yates.
Just misses with that backhand.
Has certainly defeated J.W. Johnson in the past more than once, so easily either of these Johnsons could be the one to move into our winner bracket final from the semi.
Right.
Really is going to come down to, I think with such great players, execution obviously is going to be key because they're both just so good, such high quality shots, just have to hit the shots you need to hit.
Right.
And we'll see if there's some cat and mouse in here. Both these players can play that cat and mouse game. Really, these are two extremely well-rounded players.
Right.
There's just really nothing they can't do.
Time in. 7-5.
J.W. Johnson, has been at the top of the game now for a while, but his singles results haven't been quite what they used to be the last few months. Hasn't quite been hitting the podium nearly as consistently as he was in the past. So it'll be interesting to see here in the final APP stop of the year if he can clinch one of those top spots here in singles.
Yeah, and I think what can happen in singles is we've said it so many times. When tennis players come in, they usually, the transition is much easier in singles, right? There's less. Oh, what a great point. There's less adjustments to be made coming from tennis. When you go into singles, you could literally play tennis on the pickleball court and still have good results until you figure it out. And I think for JDL, obviously, you start seeing all these new players, so it makes it a little tougher, right? It's not a given that he's going to be on the podium every time because there's a lot of great new young players, whereas in doubles, it just takes them a little bit longer to try to catch up to players like JW and some of the other top doubles players. But in singles, they can kind of make a splash right away, as we're seeing.
And I should clarify, JW Johnson still consistently is in that gold medal match.
Yeah.
He just has not gotten gold in a minute.
The top podium, yeah.
So looking at some player info here for Hunter Johnson, as I mentioned, 28 years old, out of New Braunfels, Texas, plays with the Diadem paddle, as does twin brother Yates. And he has a timeout here. I was going to mention earlier where we saw that Ernie from him. You mentioned earlier you don't see a lot of ATPs in singles. You see even less Ernies. However, Hunter Johnson consistently, I feel like, throws in at least one Ernie a match in singles. So he is very good. That one, though, I think he thought that Ernie was going to be a winner and gave up, and then JW got it back.
Yep.
Wasn't quite expecting that one. Didn't even come out on top of that. Usually an Ernie in singles is a winner.
It has to be, or you're cooked.
You're not on the court anymore.
Yeah.
No partner there to back you up. Yeah, it was tough.
Yeah, we see
it just gets
flicks
a little higher and higher.
Yeah, and from the same spot, you saw him kind of flick the ball up the line twice, and then it's so hard to read how he's going to change it and flick it the other way because he sets up the same way for both shots. Makes it very difficult to read.
9-6.
And Hunter did have the lead earlier in this first game, but J.W. Johnson now out in front. Hunter getting pushed back.
Starting to get more people in the stands here. Gets later in the day, later in the rounds, obviously nearing medal matches.
Yeah, Legacy does have one of the best championship courts here at this venue. Great for viewing, puts you right next to the action. All right, JW had a game point, not quite able to close it out yet. Let's see if Hunter can do a little something here. As we mentioned when we saw Yates earlier, I mean, the Johnson twins, they have all the shots. They just need to hit them. So if he starts really hitting those shots, and as I mentioned, execution.
Right.
I mean, at this level,
That's
it
it.
has to be there. A game point here for J.W. Johnson.
Oh, just that forehand.
Yeah, so good. So it is J.W. Johnson who takes game one. We'll see if the other Johnson can take game two and force a game three, but we'll find out back into the action right after this. Welcome back for this Johnson v. Johnson matchup here in the semifinals of our men's pro singles bracket at the APP Sunmed Mesa Open. J.W. Johnson on the far end for game two, taking on Hunter Johnson on the near end, no relation. J.W. Johnson taking game one, 11-7. Hunter Johnson will need to certainly have the execution and consistency on point here in this second game if he wants to take it to 3.
Yeah, 2 back-to-back beautiful backhand passes from Hunter. Nothing that JW could do. Goes for a spin serve there. Clips the net. Yeah, it's just makes it look so easy.
I think that's why people watch these sometimes and think, ugh, I could do that.
Yeah, I
what
could
are you
do
talking
that.
about?
I could do that. Who's JW? He doesn't look that tough.
Oh my gosh. It's just
Yep.
stupid.
Certainly
good.
watching pickleball does not do it justice to how hard it is. I mean, just all three of his points have come on backhand passing shots. If I'm JW, I want to start testing out Hunter's forehand. Seems to have his backhand dialed in right now.
And he did just that.
Yeah. Thank you, JW. Made me look smart. Hard to do. Hard to do, but you did it. Yeah, you know, a lot of times people tend to go to the backhand. That's usually the weaker side on most players, and it may be even for Hunter as well. But when someone kind of gets in a groove, like right there, I mean
he has not missed one.
And he's going up the line and cross court. So it's just like we said earlier when we're talking about Brash's forehand cross court, that you have to be able to hit both sides. It's out. Yeah, timeout from JW. He is showing us about as much.
He's starting to get pouty.
About as much as we're going to see.
Yep, had some arm swings going on.
Rolls. And I think probably a little bit of what he's telling us, that he's leaving some of those balls way too short. And especially for someone as dialed in as Hunter is right now with his backhand, you leave that ball in the midcourt, that's going to, you're going to get past most of the time.
And J.W. Johnson, as I mentioned, 20 years old with Team Franklin, along with the entire Johnson family, including mom Julie and sister Georgia Johnson, out of Boynton Beach, Florida, so on that southeast coast of Florida. And J.W. Johnson has been a household name for a while now, really burst onto the scene probably early to mid of last year, so in 2021.
Yeah, it's all
really
relative,
made his
right?
mark.
I
know, just
for a while, it's like 2 years.
I know, like barely. While
for pickleball, that is a while.
I mean, exactly. Hunter Johnson, though, just getting into the pro scene in January of this year, took him a few months to kind of really figure some stuff out, transitioning over from tennis. But then the results started to come, and now he certainly is a threat to get on that podium every single tournament he's in.
You know, we've seen a couple mistakes on the forehand side. He ran around that, so clearly he prefers the forehand, but right now his backhand has been way more dialed in. So two things, I think, if you're JW, you got to start testing out the forehand. And for Hunter to maybe not run around it, just hit the backhand. I mean, you have it dialed in. You don't need to run around it right now. That's where you're getting your points. Yeah, Hunter guesses right.
Yep.
JW needed to kind of hold that ball a little bit longer, maybe pull it cross court, as Hunter was guessing on that line. That's again, so that backhand, it's not a pass. He didn't pass him, but it was such a perfect drop that it led to the error there from JW. I mean, yeah.
Ooh. The fuzzy fell off the mic. Oh. It's alive. That's all right. Just put it. Nope. Just put it in your pocket.
Hold on to it.
Oh, he has been caught several times now.
Yeah,
in
that was ambitious even for JW, because that ball was at his shoelaces, and he tried to kind of speed it up and flick it to the corner. Again, we saw Hunter kind of run around that, and I just would love to just sit on the backhand and let that backhand rip as he's been doing.
Oh my gosh. Did he get that?
Yep.
I thought he was not going to have a shot at that. That was phenomenal.
Yeah, well, you said we're probably going to see a lot of 3-game matches, and we are 1 point away from seeing just that.
That big smile out of J.W. Johnson was not one of
yeah.
happiness, I'll tell you that. So an interesting second game here. Hunter Johnson just in complete control, 11-2. We'll take a short break at the conclusion of this semifinal match between the Johnsons right after this. Back into the action here for the conclusion of this men's pro singles semifinal matchup. J.W. Johnson on the near end to start us off in this third game. Hunter Johnson will be on the far end. They'll switch ends at 6 in this tiebreaker third game. One of these players heads to the winner bracket final and a spot on the podium. Again, it will be Championship Sunday for our final tournament of the 2022 year.
0-0.
So we'll play through our bronze medal matches each day, but gold will be on Sunday in each pro bracket. And a tough start to this third game as J.W. Johnson puts that serve into the net. Oh.
Okay, maybe that's why he was avoiding that forehand.
I mean...
But, again, that's the first pass that we've seen from the forehand side, right? The winners have been coming from the backhand. Or those drops that are setting up as winners, just like that point right there. He didn't pass with the backhand, but his drop was so good we see here on the replay, forcing JW to hit the ball way too high. That serve is well deep.
Yeah, J.W. Johnson's really getting the facial expressions going here, which means he is not happy.
That's a good stab volley there from Hunter, a kind of more tennis-type volley, cutting it, but was able to get the depth that he wanted.
Yeah, I've talked to Julie Johnson, JW's mom, more than a few times about how much of a perfectionist JW is, so yeah, you really see that ramp up when he is not playing.
Yeah, he was shaking his head even though he won that point. He was mad at himself.
He is furious. As furious as JW Johnson can be. There's the earning. I mean, just the ability to recognize that in singles. And then execute it well. I mean, I don't know if you're seeing anything different, but to me, it's simply for JW is execution right now. There is no other difference that needs to be made besides he needs to execute these shots.
Right. As you said earlier, just when, players at this level, they're so evenly matched. That's exactly what it comes down to. Who's hitting their spots and who isn't.
Yeah, that was a really nice rally there for JW. Again, talking to himself, still not happy about it.
Yeah, and when you're, for JW, if he's playing, someone not at the caliber of Hunter, yeah, he can afford to not be completely on, right? Be at 70%, and he's still going to beat a lot of players at 70%. But playing against someone like Hunter, he's got to be playing at 90 or 100%.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, this time Hunter guesses right. You see JW pausing. We see Hunter moving early on that ball.
Yeah, Hunter Johnson has some of the best. I mean, I don't know if it is. There's a level, I think, of anticipation and guessing in singles, but he is just phenomenal at whether it's anticipating, whether it's guessing well. I just gobsmacked at some of the shots he gets back.
Yeah. Well, and you know, they were, Pro Tour, they were playing a lot of doubles, obviously, in tennis. And so the quick hands, right, and having to anticipate, having to recognize where the ball might go, more so than coming from singles tennis, right? The doubles actually really helps with the quick hands.
Mm-hmm. Saw J.W. Johnson roll his eyes all the way back into his head with that missed serve previously. He loses them sometimes, I think. And we're going to have a timeout from J.W. Johnson. It looks like we got some lead tape getting moved around on that Franklin paddle. I do believe that's that new carbon Franklin paddle that JW is playing with. So he's pulling off
he's changing
the
the weight
from the bottom,
from
close
the
to the throat, and putting
Yeah.
it on the bottom of the sides.
Yeah.
What difference is that going to make shifting that weight a little bit, if any?
You know, I don't know if it'll make that much. I mean, certainly, I don't know if he's been toying with the different kind of weights, and maybe he's now trying, what he's tried a couple times before. But as meticulous as he is and as a perfectionist as he is, I don't know that he wants to change a whole lot, right?
Sure.
He wants things to feel just the way he likes them.
Yeah, I mean, he really isn't. It's not like he's moving it to the top of the paddle. So
still near the bottom half of the paddle.
Oh.
And sometimes when you're not hitting your shots, you're looking for anything. You're looking for anything that
like
makes it feel.
Yes,
shift. Exactly. Makes it feel
so
a little different. Right.
That's really going to make any physical difference, but maybe in your mind. Oh. Again, some nice hands, but
Full-on conversation with himself right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's not going to help.
It is interesting. We talk so much about how J.W. Johnson is so, unemotional, even-keeled, just kind of whatever's going on. And I don't necessarily think that's accurate.
Right.
I think we just don't see it.
Right.
But I think,
I think it looks like there's a lot going in there. We saw some sarcasm there with his good job. He's telling himself good job when he missed it.
It's almost like this
just under the surface.
Internal meltdown occasionally happens. And you don't see it a lot from J.W. Johnson, but there's every once in a while you see a game, you see a match that he just kind of, for him,
right,
falls apart a little bit. And again, he's not going to show it a ton. It's still relatively reserved.
Right.
But
and even when he is in a situation like that, if you're his opponent, he's not going to give you the match. He's not going to just go error. He's just not quite executing his shots the way he would like to. So for Hunter, he still has to keep his foot on the pedal, knowing that JW's not going to give him anything. He might miss a return here and there, but you're still going to have to earn it. Even if JW's not playing his best, you have to earn your points against
there's something going on with his paddle. He's not happy with where that lead tape is. Saw him a little bit here in the end change, kind of messing with it, and just wasn't happy with what's going on there. I'm a little surprised. A lot of players have spare paddles ready to go if they're not sort of feeling it. I'm surprised he doesn't have sort of like a backup paddle ready to go if he's not happy with what's happening with that paddle. I'm surprised he doesn't have another one that he can swap out.
Yep,
Ooh,
I stayed in.
it.
Yep. Yeah, my guess is he's got 3 or 4 ready to go, I'm sure, in his bag that are all with the weight and everything, but for whatever reason, he's sticking with this one, and maybe he knows it's just not the paddle. It's just, obviously hitting his spots.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Didn't he? I think that was
I thought that was out. I don't think JW saw it. Oh,
yeah, he
out.
just.
Okay. Yeah.
He's not a great.
Yeah, he didn't call it.
Caller.
Yeah. He might have whispered it.
Oh my gosh! I mean, what?
JW just guessed right on that one, and just again the quick hands that we talked about. Hunter's a little frustrated with himself there.
Yeah, and I mean, I thought JW was in trouble. He's been floating some of those balls just too close to the net. You can't, with Hunter on the other side, just spells trouble. He really did a great job getting on top of that, but
yep.
Oof.
He's within 1 now. I mean, he was down 6-2 at the turn, at the switch, and he is within 1.
Yeah, and I mean, he's never out.
No.
I talk about, J.W. Johnson, for him, the wheels kind of coming off, but he get a quick mechanic, little adjustment, and he's, blazing through his opponent once again. That's how quickly the momentum can shift here in pickleball, so we'll see if he can indeed swing it back his way.
Is he going to do a spin serve? He was kind of practicing the toss. Nope. Oh.
He has missed more serves this match than I have seen in a long time.
Oh. He just rushed it. I feel like he just rushed that backhand. He had a shot at it. Yeah, he got the side out, but he'd been so effective with that backhand. I think he just got a little bit overexcited, but he's got the side out, and he's back at serve. Up 2 points here in game 3.
Yeah, and like I said, J.W. Johnson has been leaving up so many shots. It's just very uncharacteristic.
Yeah, and Hunter's definitely, rolling that ball pretty low, but that's still, you don't see that from JW hardly ever. I mean, credit to Hunter. Obviously, he's forcing him into those shots with the kind of rolls that he's hitting so low at JW's feet. But, normally JW's going to handle those better than he's handling them right now.
I believe we will have our second semifinal on deck. Federico Staksrud takes on Julian Arnold.
That'll be fun.
That should be coming up next. Yep, have not had an Andiamo yet on court, so always like to get Julian. I mean, yeah, Hunter's had some moments of maybe some errors here and there, but overall consistency has been pretty on point.
Pretty clean. Almost sense like that forehand a couple shots ago was just a frustration forehand. He wasn't able to put it away.
Match point here. And he'll get it with another error from J.W. Johnson. I mean, tough break, obviously. J.W. not done yet. He'll drop into the back draw where we'll still have some pretty fierce competition. But it is Hunter Johnson who heads to the winner bracket final, and another podium will be coming his way. He is definitely going to look to to head to Championship Sunday, though, but he is going to have to get through either Julian Arnold or Federico Staxrud, and we'll find out who that will be in our next matchup. Don't go anywhere. Head to the Franklin studio next and back into the action here in Mesa when we return.
The pulse, the beat, the vibe. You have a place to turn it on. Talking Stick Resort.
Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here, this time with Hunter Johnson. Not seeing double, it is a different one. So, I mean, J.W. Johnson, the number 1 seed, you have defeated him in the past. You've done it now. Took 3 games to do it. You know it's going to be a tough battle every single time. When you're facing specifically J.W., what's your thought process in trying to come out on top?
Yeah, I mean, obviously J-Dub has a great track record. I've been lucky enough to kind of beat him the last few times we played, and so I just kind of go in with the same strategy. He got the first game this time against me, so I had to kind of reestablish and figure out a different kind of game plan, especially with the conditions here. It's a little faster. Driving the ball doesn't necessarily work every time because it kind of flies. So, yeah, just adapting and just being able to beat a guy like J-Dub is always a great thing. Yeah.
I mean, you're such a well-rounded player. You have phenomenal shots all around, but really, Dan and I in the booth kind of noticed you were having a lot of success, especially on that backhand side, hitting that. Do you feel like you prefer your forehand to your backhand? Do you feel pretty confident in either, or some are just on a little bit more than others depending on the day?
Yeah, for me, I think my backhand is my more consistent weapon. When my forehand's feeling it, it obviously works. So I'm kind of figuring out my game is, when my forehand stops working, I got to maybe rely on my backhand a little more. And kind of use my dipper's cross and kind of play that way and maybe storm the net a little more when my ground strokes aren't making the passing shots. So, yeah, it's good to have a solid backhand. That's the biggest thing.
Okay, I mean, we talked to Yates a little bit earlier, but you guys really started your pro career here in Mesa just this year. Yeah. Hard to believe we're here already at the end of the year now. Looking back, did you kind of set some goals for yourself for this year in what you wanted to accomplish, and how do you feel those have gone here this year?
Yeah, I mean, I lost to Johnson Cola on the court back there, 11-0, 11-1, and I'll never forget it.
All right, I mean,
so it's kind of funny to be back here after almost a year of playing and seeing how it's a little different. But yeah, I mean, starting off here, I remember when we came, we didn't have a great showing. Obviously, it was our first pro tournament. We just kind of realized, like, listen, let's just keep plugging away. And I feel like we had the games, we just didn't know it, and we didn't really know what our games were. And So yeah, just adapting and kind of improving certain things every day is the biggest key as an athlete, as a pro athlete. So yeah, just grinding and keeping your head down, just keep working is the biggest thing.
I mean, I know the pickleball world is very excited that we got introduced to the Johnson twins this year as you've continued to improve. Yeah, exactly. Like we need more Johnsons in pickleball. But don't go anywhere. You're headed to the winter bracket final and the podium.
Yes.
Definitely gonna face one of these two.
Yes, I will.
Julian, you're not on camera. He's being ridiculous. Julian Arnold and Federico Staxrud face off in our next semifinal to see who will face this guy in the winter bracket final. That's coming up next. Gotta go all the way.
We are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
The pulse, the beat, the vibe. You have a place to turn it on. Talking Stick Resort.
Hello, hello. Welcome back to our second semifinal matchup here in men's pro singles at the APP Sunmed Mesa Open. Final tour stop of 2022. Can't believe it is December already.
No.
Wild,
Crazy.
wild. Julian Arnold will face Federico Staxrud here for the chance at Hunter Johnson in our winner bracket final. Saw Federico Staxrud a little bit earlier today, 26 years old in Estero, Florida, originally from Argentina. He takes on Julian Arnold, 31, living in Austin, Texas. And we got a little, it's the Johnson family. JW still doesn't look very happy, but
Yep.
that's all right. We got Mom Julie and Dad Jack.
I don't think he's going to be happy unless he comes back and wins gold.
Yeah. Yep,
Kinda
that,
pretty
that
much
seems
guaranteed.
correct. But as I mentioned, Julian Arnold taking a look at his path here. Coming out of a biased first round. Taking down Anik Luhani in his first matchup, then Ryan Eveloff, and finally Yates Johnson. 11-5, 11-0 against Yates Johnson. Decisive win there. Unexpected a little bit. Federico Staxrud coming through Nick Montoya after a bye, then defeating Caden Niemoff, and finally Kyle Lewis, the match that we saw earlier today. Daryl Wynn is our USA Pickleball Certified referee for this match.
Ooh, just misses.
And Julian's a little bit of an anomaly in that we talked about earlier, sometimes players coming over will have a little bit more success in singles and kind of let their doubles game grow. He's a little bit the opposite. It had more success in doubles, really, and then the singles success started to come really in the last handful of months to conclude this year. He's really kind of broken out as, you know, a singles player that, again, always looking to hit that podium and certainly possible every time. So,
yeah, and I think Julian really focused on his doubles game when he was starting out. I think he's always known that, you know, he had the tools in singles to make some runs, but really focused on his doubles.
I mean, great hands.
He's sporting his new paddle, signature paddle. It's a new company, Volair. I believe that's how you pronounce it, and it's a Julian Arnold signature paddle. So, congrats to him for that.
Good for him.
Yeah, it's cool. I was shocked that it didn't say Andiamo on the paddle.
I know.
I thought that was sort of a given, but it chose not to do that.
That's how he signs all of his autographs now. Not his name, just Andiamo.
Oh, good. Yeah, there it is.
Speaking of.
There it is.
Speaking of. I mean, he is one of course, the fieriest players on tour, but it's always it's in celebration of what he does. It's never directed at his opponent. It's never, in a taunting way.
Right.
And I really appreciate because, love a fiery player.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very entertaining, and he does it in a really, I don't know, respectful way.
Yeah, and he's quick to congratulate his opponent on a good shot. He'll clap for them. He'll say good shot. So he's great sportsmanship. Always see that from Julian. That's a great return.
Wow.
And, that's a lot of what we're going to see, the speed of both of these guys.
I mean, they both know the importance of those volleys in singles. You saw them be extremely aggressive. Certainly had some opportunities to take a step back and let a ball bounce, perhaps to reset a little their shot selection, but both very much knowing they need to take away that split second.
We talked about Federico liking to play fast. Well, so does Julian. Loves to go quick. Oh, he missed it. Yep. Goes out just a little bit.
And that's tough because he had sort of a gimme put away there after Staksrud got pulled off a little bit.
You can tell when Julian's ahead, he starts walking a little faster.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of the faster walkers in the tour.
I like now all the players that sort of have a signature walk. Very distinct.
Yep.
Oh, great shot. Great get, though. All right, Staksrud bringing his energy up a little, and that's the thing. Arnold brings so much energy, it really kind of forces his opponents to match that if they don't want to be sort of overpowered by it a little bit. And you saw Federico a couple rallies ago getting a little loud, getting a little vocal, which he can do as well, so... Ooh. We'll have a timeout here from Arnold as Staksrud going on a very quick run to pull away 7-3 when it really seemed like Julian was right there, and then all of a sudden you blink and Staksrud's out in front by 4.
Yep. And a turn on that missed volley. Where Julian kind of had a relatively easy volley. He missed it just long, and Federico kind of went on a run right after that. And it can change so quickly. One point doesn't go your way, and a player can go on a run. Obviously, because of the type of scoring with the side-out scoring, people can go on long runs. A little update. I mentioned Nico Montoya. That's
grinding away back there.
He has won 6 matches so far today, and he is in the losers bracket. He will be taking on Yates Johnson next.
Wow.
Maybe they're on court already, but obviously Montoya.
Very nice run for him so far.
He is our lowest seeded player.
Wow. Not for long.
Nope.
I mean, what an angle there.
We have 34 players. He is number 34. He will not be 34 anymore. Making a great run. See a little bit of footing issues. Here at we saw it more when we were here the first time because they were still doing construction and it can get windy, and so some of the sand, from outer courts and other areas here can get on these courts, and it can get a little bit slippery.
The downside of being in the desert.
Yeah. Yeah, there tends to be some sand in the desert sometimes.
I've heard that.
Oh, just a great shot there from Arnold. That ball dipping down nicely. Ooh, almost.
Julian Arnold playing a little college tennis at UCLA. You may have heard of it.
Yeah.
Here we go, Staxrud playing his college tennis at Tennessee Wesleyan.
Oh, yeah. Arnold set himself up with that cross-court backhand roll. Upset at himself because he really had so much more time. He just rushed that cross-court roll forehand and left it in the net. Oh, just beautiful drop there from Arnold. Makes it look easy. Good timeout from Staxrud. It's Arnold inching a little closer, is at 5'8".
Julian Arnold was in the gold medal match in Hilton Head, our last tournament on Championship Sunday, and he did indeed take that top spot over Hunter Johnson, while Federico Staxrud found himself in Championship Sunday in Houston.
And that was Julian's first title, right? Was that his first singles title?
No, I believe his first was in Alabama.
Ah, yeah.
As I mentioned, definitely finding that singles success here the last few tournaments. Sure is looking to end the year with a Championship Sunday appearance as well.
Yeah, Arnold didn't do enough with that two-handed backhand kind of speed up. He tried to go, I don't know if he was trying to go up the line or cross, but he just went right up the middle, and not good enough that time. Nice stab volley there from Arnold. Goes with a more kind of tennis-type volley, but able to really penetrate deep near that baseline on Staxrud.
Arnold really trying to pump himself up now. Can hear him tell himself to fight over there right now.
Yeah, I know he's upset himself. He had a great serve, so much so that Staxrud didn't come in because the ball was so deep, and that happens sometimes when your opponent doesn't come in men's singles. You almost try to do too much with the next ball. And he leaves it in the net. Just missed. Yeah, just pulls it wide. I thought it just missed.
Yeah, I thought it looked like it just missed as well.
Yeah, he was kind of looking up to see if there was going to be a replay up on the screen, but
follows it up with that beautiful passing shot.
Yeah. Again, he doesn't crush it, but he just puts a nice low ball. All right, within two.
It'll be interesting to see if Staxrud calls a timeout here. I would have maybe liked to see one there. Oh, whoa, indeed. I mean, look, just absolutely blast that out of the backcourt and still smiling and making jokes.
And he asked the ref if he saw it. Yeah, we all saw it.
Oh.
Again, same thing, right? So now Federico has a big serve. Arnold stays back. And again, you get a little too excited because your opponent didn't come in. You have the opportunity and just leaves it in the net.
Yeah, Staksrud not happy with that.
We heard a few Spanish words that...
Bad words?
Even in Spanish, I can't repeat them. And all tied up.
I mean, where's the timeout? I mean, when Julian Arnold gets that fired up and you've made a couple errors.
Yeah, timeout. He just calls it. The ref hasn't seen it, but he wants a timeout.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, we talk all the time about the use of timeouts, when to do it, when you should have done it. I mean, I know, he's just pacing. It's like a lion.
Yeah, that's a
zoo
game point. That's a game point pacing right there. That's a game point pacing.
Yeah, I mean, he's ready to go. If I'm Staksrud, I take every single second of this timeout and just let him get iced a little, see what he can do. But, I mean, nothing fires up Julian Arnold more than, a comeback, couple great rallies that go his way.
There, yep. Yeah, Staksrud was seemingly in control, was up 8-5, 9-6. And Julian's got the first game point.
He gets so low on those drives, and I mean, I don't know what was said, or a comment was made that I think was heard incorrectly or something. I'm not sure. Yeah. Doesn't matter. Julian Arnold out on top here. We'll switch ends. Game 2 right after this. Back into the action here.
Hi.
Lauren McLaughlin here with Daniel Roditi.
Hello.
As I mentioned in the beginning of the day, we started the year here in Mesa together. We're finishing it here together. Full circle moment. So happy to be here with you, Dan. And we have a fantastic match underway here. Federico Staksrud now on the far end. Julian Arnold on the near end here for Game 2 in this semifinal matchup. Winner of this will face Hunter Johnson in the winner bracket final.
Oh, just missed. Yep, just long.
Arnold taking Game 1, 11-9 after mounting a comeback when it seemed like Staksrud was in control. But that is pickleball for you, so we'll see how both of these gentlemen fare here in Game 2. Staxrud, never one to hide how he is feeling. You're going to know, especially if it's negatively. He's definitely pretty frustrated with himself so far in this match.
Yeah, it's just a beautiful forehand. Yeah, typical of us Latin players. We can be a little fiery.
A little fiery?
Yeah. A little emotional.
Sounded like a bit of a mishit off of Staxrud's paddle on that last shot.
Oh, yeah. Couldn't quite get around that ball. Arnold trying to go for the cross-court forehand roll, but just mishits it.
So as you mentioned, looking at our back draw here on our men's side, Nico Montoya is facing Yates Johnson. J.W. Johnson will get the winner of that.
That's out.
And on the other half of our very large bracket, Dylan Frazier has been knocked out by Rafa Hewitt 16-14.
Yeah. Saw that. Rafa having a great run, of course. Great player.
Yeah. Rafa's had himself a year this year. And he's going to face the loser of this matchup as that back draw is getting close to being completed. Only a handful of matches remaining. Oh.
Where did Joseph end up? Is he still making a run in the back, or is he done?
I believe he's done.
Oh.
I'm not sure who he got knocked out by.
Oh. Trying to look, but... Great volley.
Oh, my goodness, that's tough. Yeah, looks like Gabe Joseph knocked out by Scott Dorner.
Wow.
15-5. Then Scott was knocked out by Yates Johnson.
Yep, saw that. Yeah, good ball there from Arnold. This time rolls that backhand volley. We've seen him stab a few. This time he uses a little more of a roll. That was very close. Yeah, Staxrud was pretty nonchalant about that, but I think he was a little nervous. That ball came pretty close. Oh, that's a great serve. Oh, just a great combo there. A big serve and then an off-speed inside-out roll.
All right, we're going to have a timeout from Julian Arnold. Trailing 4-1, having a very loud conversation with himself. Have talked to Adam Stone before in the booth when we're watching Arnold that sometimes we don't like to make eye contact because he can be a little scary when he's like really, really in the zone. I mean, he's not. He's obviously just like super nice guy, but Federico Staxrud, as you're seeing his player info there, 26, playing for Team Yola out of Estero, Florida. As you mentioned, originally from Argentina. And we got a Heishe shirt spotting in the background by my man Trevor. Big shout out to Heishe. She is one of the top YouTube chatters on our live streams. She is in there right now.
Hello, Hey Shay.
I may also have gotten a shirt, so I'll be sporting that at some point this weekend. Ooh, I mean, he was just backpedaling like a madman to hit that shot and did it so beautifully.
Yeah, that volley didn't quite penetrate. It just sat a little bit. I'm sure Arnold wanted to put a little more pace on that volley.
Arnold's just, when he gets up to that net, he has some just phenomenal volleying that he does there. Even if he's being stretched out with a great drive from Staxrud.
Yeah, a lot of these guys, what they can do when they are not in the kind of, they all have great footwork, obviously, but the ability to hit shots when you're stretched out, at the kitchen line is very impressive from all these guys. Yeah, great job getting that paddle around the ball to pull it.
Heard some clapping behind me, and Lauren Stratman up in the top bleachers behind us, of course, cheering on Julian. Seems that Lauren Stratman is semi-retired from singles now, I would say. She used to be a staple in the singles scene, but now not quite as often.
It's a good leave there from Staxrud. A little bit of the breeze carries that ball. Yeah, and you see that, especially when players get really good results in doubles. Singles takes so much out of you physically.
It does, and you don't want to hurt yourself.
You don't want to hurt yourself, and even lengthening your career. That
absolutely.
If you're doing really well in doubles, limiting the opportunities for injury, of course, and so some players have made those decisions. We've seen some really top singles players, a lot of them, or a number of them, I should say, have made that decision, and I think it's it's more of a health choice.
Sure. I mean, that is a grind on your body. Why put your body through that if, you're really more focused on doubles? And that is, of course, sort of the meat and potatoes of pickleball is the doubles, which is, of course, the opposite of tennis. But singles still a big part of it. And, I mean, we continue to see extremely deep draws on, especially the men's side.
Right. I mean, 34 players. We mentioned there are some players that have already played 6 or 7 matches today.
Mm-hmm.
Now, granted, some of those go quickly, but it's a lot on your body, especially when you have 2 more days of competition.
Exactly.
Tomorrow and Saturday,
and if you're a top player, you go such long days. You're just playing so much.
Oh, that's so beautiful. Yes, I mentioned it, Julian. I know we got a little eye contact here.
First eye contact went to Lauren, though. Not me, Lauren.
Yes.
Other Lauren.
Exactly.
She got the woo eye contact.
And then we got did you see that? Say something about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's starting to get loud.
Yeah, and, we're seeing some similar as the first game. Staxrud had a lead in the first, has a lead now. He was there. It's almost like he was already thinking about the next. Ooh, that ball. Just missing wide on that serve. Yeah, great return from Staxrud. It was a good serve from Arnold, but great job by Stocksrud to push that ball deep, forcing the error. I mean, incredible job from Stocksrud. He stayed in that point with those cross-court backhands rolls, and those were not easy shots. Arnold was pushing that ball to that corner, and Federico using the left hand to kind of roll the ball, kept himself in the point until he could actually have an advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Great couple backhands there from Arnold, pumping himself up. And, of course, he knows, having come back in that first game, that he is certainly capable of doing it again.
We don't even need to commentate during Arnold's matches. He does it all for us. And again, I mean, Stocksrud used a timeout earlier at a bit of a interesting time. And I would think this would be a much more opportune time to use that, as I mentioned, in game one when he didn't.
Just a great volley there from Stocksrud, pushing that ball wide on that sideline, and just nothing that Arnold could do. Yeah, it's a little dangerous there back there. Once you get kind of the walkway there, it gets pretty slippery for the players.
Yeah, I mean, it's so crazy that they have so much court behind the baseline, and it's still not enough.
Right.
Like, that just really shows, how much tougher things are when you're at a venue with tight courts.
Right.
Which, we've certainly been at in the past, and it can be tough. A lot of venues don't have the space like Legacy does here. I mean, there's over 40 dedicated courts here. It's a phenomenal facility.
Yeah, good job from Stocksrud taking that ball early, kind of short hop his third, trying to prevent Arnold from getting too deep into the court, and just a beautiful backhand cross right there to follow it. We get a timeout from Arnold. But this is the exact same score we had in game one. It was 8-5. And I think it got to 9-6, I believe. That's when Arnold made that push. Let's see what Stocksrud can do to prevent that from happening again.
Yeah, must win this second game to take it to 3 if he wants a shot at that winner bracket final. You could see Hunter Johnson back behind Stocksrud there, along with Yates and Johnson Cola, as Hunter will face the winner of this in the winner bracket final. We will.
And Nico Montoya takes down Yates Johnson 15-12.
Wow.
I'm not going to say I told you so, but I did say that dude's going to be good.
Coming up next, we will have the second and final semifinal on the ladies' side. Mary Brasha will face Millen Rain for a shot at Georgia Johnson in their winner bracket final.
Attention, please. Dave Madison and Tyler Cruz. Please report court 2.
All right, 6-8. We saw this in game one. Oh, just misses.
He just waited a hair too long as well.
He thought he had it, and he maybe had the space, which wasn't a lot, but just missing hitting that post.
And I think, too, he wanted to hit it with the two-hand instead of the one hand, and so that kind of compacted him a little bit more, and he wasn't able to stretch out.
Gosh, I wonder if that ball was staying in. I thought that ball that Federico hit might have been going wide, but doesn't matter now. Side out. We've seen him hit that ball successfully several times, and that time he just almost like a mishit. That serve's just long. Comes out. Yeah, it missed. Yep. Yeah. It was out. Just was hit so hard.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I like that idea from Staxford.
Yeah, I just felt like he could have taken another step. Like he just tried to lunge at that ball. He's so fast. He definitely had the time to take one more step and get into a better position. Instead, he stretched out and couldn't quite get around that ball. Great return. Oh, just wide. That's a good eye there from Staxford.
I'm looking to tie this up here at 8, possibly retake a lead. A little deja vu from game 1, possibly.
Oh, wow.
Those are the moments where, I mean, that was a phenomenal job by Arnold to stay in here. But again, Staxford had, I think, the opportunity to put that away, and he goes for the drop volley instead, and it wasn't good enough to keep Arnold from getting it, and that really sort of was what caused him to not come out on top there.
Oh, great volley there from Struck. Yeah, that's the risk you take with a drop volley, that unless it's perfect, these guys are so fast.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing if you're drop shotting me.
Exactly.
Pretty much it's going to be a winner, even if you leave it in the middle of the court, but these guys are so fast. Oh, wow. Great recovery. Felt like he could have earned that ball. The first one.
Maybe,
this one right here. Oh, maybe it wasn't what. No, that's not the ball. It was before that. But I thought he could have earned it and created more angle. Instead, he didn't, and kind of Julian was able to stay in the point. But great job from Stocksford to get back on that.
Oh, yeah, I saw, yep. I mean, these guys are just making each other work for this. This is a fantastic matchup.
We got a timeout.
Timeout.
Yep, that's the last timeout, I think, for Staxford, right? He took one earlier in the game.
Yep. So he will be out of timeouts coming out of this. So if Arnold gets hot a little bit here, he will have nothing to slow him down. I mean, it's been interesting because both of these players have had errors on both sides. They've kind of ebbed and flowed with the consistency, with the unforced errors, with the just sort of wild shots every once in a while that you don't necessarily see at this level. So it's been very sort of evenly matched in terms of the play. They've both had some, moments of greatness.
Right. Well, when you play with such a small margin for error like these guys are doing right now, if you're not perfect, you can obviously make some mistakes. He kind of rushed that backhand a little bit. He was in such a hurry to get in. Feel like he needed to take his time on that backhand. Instead, he rushes it.
And again,
Staxford, finally gets his first game point of this match. He was stuck at 9 in game 1, was stuck at 9 here in game 2, finally gets to 10, his first game point. Staxford a little frustrated there
It's because he wants to play fast.
Yeah, he wants to play fast.
The
he
ref
was ready to serve.
Did not realize that was a point.
There we go. Yeah. Just couldn't quite get those balls low enough. Stocksrud went inside out forehand twice to the backhand of Arnold, but just couldn't get the ball down. And so Arnold was able to keep the pressure on with those deep volleys. And then, of course, the put away forehand. Oh, that ball really jumped. I mean, even that get from Arnold, it's like, most people, you're just going to watch that ball go by you. And not only he gets it, but he hits actually a very good shot.
Yeah.
Well done by Stocksrud to cover the line. Pretty much the only spot where he could have put it.
Another game point opportunity.
Just wide. And so on both game points, he's gone inside out forehand twice in a row, or gone to the backhand side of Arnold twice in a row. If he gets another chance, I'd like to see him change that and go cross court. Great drop from Arnold. Yeah, that was set up by that. I mean, that drop was incredible. That was such a difficult ball. It was not an easy shot. Hits a perfect drop, recognizes it, moves in, takes the next one out of the air, gets the point within one. Oh, just misses. And if that went in, we were going to hear maybe the loudest Andiamo of the day. Just a hair long.
Man, just trying to paint some lines here.
Close. That's great deep serve. Yeah, you could see Arnold trying to come in. He had such a deep serve. Stocksrud didn't come in, but he hit a pretty good return. And you could just tell that Arnold was itching to get up there. Great job from Stocksrud. Let's see where he goes now. He went back to that backhand.
Great hands. Wow. I mean, this is...
Yeah, that time I don't feel like he had too much of a choice. He kind of had to go up the line. He wasn't set up to go cross court, but again, he's gone there. Every game point he's had, in the 3 chances that he's gone to the backhand every time. Yeah, great job. Great setup with that volley. Okay, let's see if he changes it. If I'm Stocksrud, I'm hoping to get another forehand and this time maybe go cross court. Oh, he misses it. He just... I mean, you want to be aggressive. It's game point. If there's such a thing as a good missing long on that serve, I mean, you hate to do it, but you have to stay aggressive. Just those balls. Yeah, I thought they stayed in.
Know.
They were very close. Very close, very close. Probably a good no call there from Arnold. It was very close.
I think, what, 5th, 6th?
I think that was not. Yeah, I think that was 5. Yeah. I think that was number 5.
I mean, Arnold though has been stuck on 9 here, just as long.
That's just. I mean, the pace and the spin on that ball from Stocksrud. He's using that forehand cross really, really well, deep to the back corner here. Yeah, good job by Arnold. The last 2 game points, he went deep to the Stocksrud backhand instead of giving him forehands that he can rip. He's been more effective getting those returns deep to the backhand. Yeah, it's a great. That was wide. That was wide. That was wide. I thought it was wide. I thought it missed. I thought it missed. Let me see here. I thought it missed.
Yeah, it looks like it
I
just
thought it
missed.
I thought it missed. I thought it missed.
Definitely wasn't on half of the line.
Yeah, he needs to
Shake
regroup.
it off,
He needs to
shake it
regroup.
off.
Yep, he needs to regroup here. I thought it missed. There's that forehand
Wow.
roll.
You're going to call this and you can't call a single line. That's a joke.
No, Julian, no. No. All right, well, that is game 2, ending very contentiously. So,
Yep, he needs to regroup. He's got a game coming up.
yep.
He needs to put that behind him.
All right, so we will be taking a short break, and game 3 coming back. Oh, we're back. Sorry. we were just watching the Julian Arnold meltdown. I got distracted. I'm so sorry. So we went back and watched the replay, and while we didn't have the kitchen camera angle, it definitely looked like his left foot stepped on the line, and then when he hit the volley, he had not reestablished that left foot back down. He, of course, does not see it that way, but it's not our call to make, but going back and looking at
Yeah, and it was the
seems
back-to-back.
like the right calls
I thought
were
it was
made.
Yep, I think on
but
both of those.
we don't have the challenge. We don't have the, super tight.
And you can watch the same replay, and when you want it to be in, you can
Yeah,
feel like
exactly.
it looks in. And it's just, such a tough. Both these guys, very fair players. And
But it
obviously
would
the
be-
referee doing the best that he can.
It would be what would be the real shame here is after such a phenomenal match so far, if Arnold just kind of goes off the rails because he couldn't mentally keep it together after that.
Yeah.
That would be sad to see for me because this has been such a fantastic match, and to kind of have the energy shift in the way that it has now into sort of that negative space. I mean, that does nothing but hurt
Right.
Arnold.
And I think the beginning of this, the start of this game 3 will be crucial, obviously, but I think for that specifically that you just mentioned, if it stays pretty close side out, and it's kind of a slow start, I think he'll be fine.
Yeah, I think he'll
If Stockford-
eventually shake it
if
off.
Stockford gets out to a considerable lead, I know he's got a 2-0 lead now, but if he gets to a 5-0 lead, 5-1 lead, then that could happen. But looks like if Arnold can just get a couple points, I think he'll regroup and calm down. Yeah, it's just great backhand there from Staksrud. Yeah, not going to get a sorry. Right now, there's no sorries right now. It's
Oh.
Yeah, just too short of a return. Arnold just able to set up and rip that backhand cross court.
And Arnold has done just that, settled down a little bit here. Obviously, I think he's probably still fairly upset, but he is playing through that, and we'll see if he can kind of...
Yeah, it's just we've seen Staksrud hit that shot either short or back to that back corner so many times. He's got such a good forehand, kind of a flick from there.
I just realized game one ended with Staksrud being a little outwardly upset, and game two was Arnold. So they've both had their little moments.
Yep.
There's a palpable energy shift here with the crowd after that second game ending as well. Oh. Referee did not probably hear that, but Staksrud out in front by just 2 here at the end change. But I'm upset for myself because literally in that second game, it was like electric, like the energy and how great the play is, and like it's ruined now. And I just feel like that's just me. I'm sad for myself.
And he needs to turn this into fuel, obviously, for himself here to kind of let that anger fuel him to want to win this even more. If he feels like it was, taken away from him, which we don't think it was, but that's how you can feel in that moment.
Yeah,
you're so close to.
Wow!
What a get from Staksrud. Yeah, it's incredible. Especially what's at stake here. Obviously, a spot on Championship Sunday, right?
Possibly, yes.
Possibly.
Going to the winter bracket final, so
winter
at least
bracket
the podium.
final with a chance to get to Championship Sunday. That's the ball that when he had game point in game 2, he was leaving it just a little higher, and Arnold was able to do more with those this time. Staksrud does a good job keeping that ball low.
I'd like to see a timeout from Arnold, but I don't know if his mental space is the same in that. I don't know if he cares anymore in the same way that he cared. I mean, he still cares, of course, but he's kind of going to gut it out, it looks like.
Yeah, great job to stay in that point. Five-8 again. Saw this twice. Yep, just missed. Yep, it was out. Yeah, great return.
And I mean, still very close, just only trailing by 2.
Match point.
All right, so he does call a timeout.
Yep, I would have liked to see it at 9 versus 10.
Yep.
Please come to the medal podium.
Especially with how fast Stacks, they both want to play fast.
Yeah.
But obviously if you're the player who's down, you got to, take the time out a little sooner. I would have liked to see from Arnold. You can see all that dust kicking up from the parking lot.
Oh, wow, yeah, that's like a dust cloud rolling by over there.
Yeah, and
yep,
that can get on the courts, and then it just gets a little slippery. All right, match point number 1.
I mean, again, great playing by Staksrud. I appreciate that he kept his composure well in the face of everything, even though, I mean, he was upset at game 1.
Yeah.
But he did not let that kind of carry over. And Arnold just, I mean, that's just tough because he is such a great player. And for the most part, you don't see that out of him. He's able to kind of contain himself and I get it. I've been there before. I've been in a super upset place, and you let it get the best of you. We're all human. It happens. But it's just, I just hate to see it. It was such a great match. Such a great match, and just the way it has to go is tough.
Yep.
So we will take a short break, and Federico Staksrud will face Hunter Johnson in their winter bracket final on the men's side. Coming up next, that semifinal match on the ladies' side. Millen Rain faces Mary Brasha right after this. Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Federico Staksrud as he is heading to our winner bracket final where he will face Hunter Johnson. I mean, you and Julian both, you want to play fast. You're very sort of fiery players out there, extremely evenly matched, especially in that first and second game. When you're going up against a player that has sort of a similar style as you, is that something that's a little bit harder to work with, or are you able to sort of match that energy-wise?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're similar with he's a little more fiery. I try to stay more calm, but the games are pretty similar. I think we both come from tennis background, so that maybe that's why. And yeah, it's he had my number for several tournaments, so he's been playing great, and I was liking this one.
I mean, you were a little upset at the end of game one over some stuff. He was clearly upset into game two. It seemed like kind of a shift happened in that third game, and you just kind of stayed calm, knowing how much pickleball can change very quickly, even within a game in a match. Did you make sure to just know, he kind of got a little knocked out of his groove mentally, perhaps, and you just needed to stay calm in the face of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think singles pickleball is a lot about confidence. I think we all have like really similar level of play, but I think confidence is a huge factor. He's been having great tournaments, so that's why, like in the key moments, maybe he played better, and I was lucky to get that second one, and then kind of like closed it in the third. But it could be in his way for sure.
You'll face Hunter Johnson in the winner bracket final. You guys faced off in Houston in the gold medal match, so you certainly know what you're going to be facing in that matchup. What's going to be your strategy sort of going up into that?
It's kind of like the same thing about playing with Julian. You can't give 3 points. You got to be active. That third shot needs to be good. If not, these players, they will volley you pretty hard back, and it's just game over.
All right, well, congratulations. We will see you in that winner final coming up. But our ladies, again, that semifinal, Mary Brasha and Millen Rain, coming your way here in Mesa right after this.
No time to waste under the setting sun, into our wildest dream. Follow me into our wildest dreams, our wildest dreams.
The pulse, the beat, the vibe. You have a place to turn it on. Talking Stick Resort.
There was a time when I was young, my brothers were young, and we actually lived in just a small motel room for about 9 months, my brothers, my dad, and I. And it really taught us that you don't need a lot to be happy in life.
Back into the action here for our second semifinal match here on our ladies' side. The first semi already has taken place. Georgia Johnson defeating Lina Padigamete in their matchup in 3. So this is our second one to see who she is going to face in that winner bracket final. Millen Rain will be in the turquoise on the near end. She faces Mary Brasha here. Next, Rain coming through Tatiana Rule in the quarterfinals, while Mary Brasha, we got to see her quarterfinal against Judith Castillo. Really nice matchup.
Yep.
First time seeing Castillo. Very excited to see her progress as she continues. So, as we mentioned, have seen Mary Brasha already. 23 years old, out of Mission Viejo, California. While Millen Rain, or Millie as she is known, 24 years old in Boca Raton, Florida. So opposite coasts as opposite coasts can be for these two ladies. Yep. Alan Thompson will be our USA Pickleball certified referee for this match. Lauren McLaughlin along with Daniel Roditi here courtside.
Hello. Players taking a few serves here, getting ready to start. Just a minute. Interested to see if Brasha is going to be aggressive with her serve. Oh, tournament age. Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
We're
we're
at the end of the year.
In December. I feel like most players have probably had a birthday by now. It is always a little funny how some of the players, if you look on pickleballtournaments.com, it lists their whatever age they're going to be that year. So even if they turn, let's say on Mary's side, she turned 23 in December, it would say she's 23 the whole year. So it's a little weird, but it's just how they do it. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
This time of the year, unless you're Jesus or you share a birthday with him.
You should know Mary's birthday.
I know it's coming up. Actually, hers is coming up.
Oh, so she's going to be 23.
17th?
I was going to say, I was like, you know Mary pretty well. I feel like you should know when her birthday is.
I'm sorry, when I'm commentating, I actually don't know her.
That is true.
Yeah.
Pure objectivity from Daniel Roditi
is
over
that Mary
here.
or Maggie? I don't know who that is. I believe her birthday's coming up in about a week, I think. I don't know the exact day, but I know it's, yeah.
All right, Mary Brasha with the serve here to kick off game one. Actually got to see Millie Rain for the first time last year at the end of the year at the World Pickleball Open. She actually won a gold medal over Georgia Johnson in that tournament, so that was kind of my first real getting to know her and see her play, and she's certainly been making great strides this year as well.
Yeah, it looked like Brasha might have missed an out call there, which we saw a few of those in her previous match.
0-1.
And of course, the only thing she could think of was that she was very generous with the calls, and the one ball she calls out gets overruled.
I know.
Which, she felt bad about, but she's very generous. Oh, just a beautiful volley. And that's when I talked to Castillo after their match, and I told her, I said, I love how fair you were. You actually missed some calls. You were too generous, but much rather see that for sure.
Oh, that's tough. Almost seemed like a good put-away opportunity for Rain, but just couldn't quite get her paddle on it the way she needed to. And Dee Davison, running our tournament desk, has just sent me a text saying Mary's birthday is the 11th.
11th. All right.
So there you go. Put it in your calendar.
Thomas Sutton, please come to the medal stand.
4-0.
All I can say 100% with certainty is that we will not see the fireworks that we saw last match with these two ladies.
No, I don't think so. It'll be a much more quiet match.
Hard to follow that previous match and make it
right
nearly as fireworky as that one was.
Ooh, Millie going for that roll, just mishits it. Brasha's got a comfortable lead.
5-0.
Miss long with the serve.
You did that.
I did what?
You made her miss that because you said she had a comfortable,
Comfortable lead. Yeah. True.
Curse.
Okay, so let's see this. So she just missed long. Let's see if she's hesitant or she stays aggressive with that serve. Yeah, a little more hesitant for sure. Allows Rain to come in, and that's what can happen, right? You miss one long, then you overcompensate. That serve is way too short. Rain, recognizing it, applies pressure. Yep, that ball's long.
So coming up next, we will have our men's winner bracket final. Federico Staxrud will face Hunter Johnson to see who's heading to championship Sunday and who is heading to bronze.
A great approach from Rain, pushing that ball really deep to the Brasha backhand. Brasha trying to roll it, but just couldn't quite get a clean hit. There she comes. Yeah.
Oof. Yep. Brasha occasionally gets caught on the run in that transition zone.
I like that she was thinking to come in, but her return just wasn't good enough, and I wish she would have, just recognized it and maybe
just
held
needed
off.
a split step in there as well.
Yep.
On her way up, perhaps.
Oh, it's a great shot, and I think she recognized that she was so far behind that she just tried to kind of get to it and got caught, as you said. She didn't split step, probably trying to rush to the net. Yeah, she's gotten a little more tentative with those serves, but, Rain just missed the return, so you don't feel as much the pressure to be aggressive when your opponent's missing the return. That's much better. Yeah, and that allows her to come in right behind that next ball, right inside the line. Yeah, that serve is just not only prevents your opponent from coming in, but now that you get this short return, now you as a server can come in and apply the pressure. That she got a little more tentative on that. But again, a missed return.
Yeah, Rain's just hasn't quite settled in.
Right.
Just a lot of kind of a game point here for Mary Brasha for game one in the semifinal. Yeah, I'd like to see Rain follow that previous shot in.
Right.
But she does the second one.
I love her throwing that lob up there. Just something different, right?
Yep.
Just give.
Certainly unexpected.
Yeah, and, when you're looking up at, especially with these covered courts, sometimes it's hard to see the ball.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
I mean,
that is
such a short return from Brasha and Rain. Oop. I think that was Hunter Johnson stuck in here.
It did look like Hunter's forehand. That was very good. Yeah, so they were just showing us this is how good it was. It looked just like Hunter's. Good deep serve. Yeah, I just didn't do enough with that volley. I mean, I love what she did in coming in and putting pressure. It's just that volley just sat. She needed to close that paddle face and put a little more punch on that. Good job by Rain. Like to see her come in. Yeah, good job from Rain there. Yeah, great job applying pressure.
I do think, Brasha does have some phenomenal, passing shots and those sort of drop shots that she has. But I do think Rain needs to apply the pressure like she did that previous rally.
Yeah, we've seen. I mean, certainly Brasha's playing well, but we've seen Rain she's just made too many errors. She's missed too many returns, missed a couple serves. Oh wow, what a point!
I mean,
wow.
Not the prettiest of shots within that rally.
Yeah, but
kind of all over the place, but way to just stay in it.
Yeah, would have liked to see Brasha come in behind that ball. Both of those were nice and deep. Here she comes. There's that lob. It worked last time. Oh, wow. What a backhand.
Phenomenal job from Brasha. I mean, I wasn't sure she was even going to.
On the run. Look at that shot. Just unbelievable. I think Rain needed to cover the line a lot more. Obviously, she stayed way too middle when you have your opponent stretched out like that. It's very hard for them to pull across court, so she needed to cover better, but incredible shot from Brasha.
Yeah, but Brasha's had more than a few opportunities to close out this first game, has not got it done. We did see her struggle with that a little bit when we saw her earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from Rain, applying pressure. And you're seeing that a lot from both of them when the returner is not coming in and the ball is short. They're both doing a good job now of trying to apply pressure. There she comes.
Yeah, if she can get Brasha on the run in that backcourt, I think she puts herself in a really good spot. And you're seeing it here. I mean, she's mounting a comeback here. She's found something that's working, and she's sticking with it. So I think that's just something that was missing earlier in this first game that she hadn't found yet, and now has kind of locked into that. And Brasha with a good timeout here, as she knows as well. She needs to make some adjustments here, but quick weather report. 73 degrees, 7.6 mile per hour wind, so just a light breeze, 30% humidity. So, I mean, pretty ideal pickleball conditions, I have to say. So I think our players are appreciating that. Definitely a little warmer some places of the country still, even in December. So Dylan Frazier, as we mentioned, had been knocked out of singles, but you can see him with JW. Oh, JW Johnson's actually smiling over there, so.
Yeah, I figured that we were going to see another lob from Rain if Brasha came in. She's been successful both times before. That time just sails wide, and we got another game point for Brasha. Just played that too tentative, did Brasha. She should have come in. That was a great return, yeah. And you could tell she was trying to then rush that next ball. I think she recognized that she should have come in. Good deep serve from Rain, sets herself up. Oh, that ball's going to.
Oh, I thought it was staying in, maybe.
I think if there's one more point here, I would expect Brasha to take her second timeout. Good pressure. She's trying to pump herself up. One more game point opportunity. I'd like to see a deep serve, and if you're Rain, you want to try to apply pressure here. She stays back. Here comes Brasha.
Wow. I mean, looked like she might have not been able to close that one out either, but finally does, but not before. Rain certainly found something that worked and got a little momentum to roll into game two. So we'll take a short break. That second game coming up right now. Welcome back, everyone. Game number 2 about to kick off here in our women's pro singles semifinal match here at APP Sunmed Mesa Open. We have Millie Rain on the far end, starting us off serving to Mary Brasha now on the near end. Brasha was able to close out game 1. Very out. 11-7 that score, although Brasha had a 10-2 lead and several opportunities to close out that first game, but Rain mounting a comeback. She will need to win the second game to force the third if she wants a shot at the winner bracket final where Georgia Johnson is waiting.
Brasha this time using the lob. Maybe realizing that it was tough to hit overheads. Yeah. Good volley there from Rain.
A lot of pace on that. One of Brasha's signature shots. Puts her on the board first.
Well played there from Brasha. You could just tell she was committed to applying pressure from the very beginning of that point. Yeah, great return from Rain. Puts it right on the line.
Yeah, that's such a good setup and sequence of events in singles when you can return straight up the line, especially if you can pull the opponent sort of off the court into that corner. It really kind of allows you to cut down where they can go on that next shot and really anticipate it much easier and leaves a lot of court open as well. So we saw especially earlier in game 1 before Rain was able to sort of mount that comeback. Saw a lot of errors out of her. Another sort of unforced one there. It'll be interesting to see if she can get a handle on that quickly so those don't plague her here in this second game as well.
Yeah, she missed several returns, but really after she started making that comeback, she really didn't miss any more, but she did give away a lot of free points with the missed returns. There's that forehand cross-court volley from Brasha that we've seen so many times. The ball looked like a miss, but yeah, Rain didn't call it. She was just checking to see if she missed the call, and she did. The ball was well out.
Yeah, beautiful
great
drop
placement.
There.
Yeah, great placement from Brasha, rolling that backhand cross court. We got a timeout from Rain, trying to regroup, hoping that she can fight her way back into this game 2 and not allowing it to get to 8 or 9 like it did in game 1.
Yeah, I think we saw her first time out in game 1 5-0, so she does have that point on the board here, but again, can be tough. I mean, we saw her again, had she not given up so many points earlier on, easily could have overtaken Brasha, given that she kind of made that run a little bit later, but was unfortunately a case of too little too late in that first game, but had some opportunities. Brasha, I think, probably recognizing that as well, wants to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, great pressure from Brasha and a decisive overhead. Sometimes she can kind of hold back a little bit on the overheads. That time she really ripped it. Well done from her.
Rain had to throw up that lob.
Yep.
Not because she wanted to, because she had to on that last one.
Great approach from Rain. Good job by her, and that's what she's got to do. She's got to start applying pressure, and she's got to take some chances. You're down a game and 6-1 in game 2. You got to start taking some chances and start. Well, I like the idea. I love the idea there. She got a short return. She just went for a little too much on that approach. And we see a missed return there.
7-1.
Yeah. Great job covering that cross-court forehand from Rain. We've seen Rain go cross-court most of the time when she's trying to pass. Good job by Brasha anticipating that, cutting it off. Just overhits that one. No topspin, a little too flat, just sails.
1-8.
Oh, just great job from Brasha to stay in that point.
Yeah, I thought Rain had her.
She had her, yep. But Brasha hit that short angle cross backhand that kind of got Rain a little bit uncomfortable, led to the little short volley. Beautiful shot from Rain there up the line with her backhand.
I mean, that's why we kind of harp so much on the consistency factor, because Rain absolutely has the talent. It's you have to be able to be consistent with that talent, though, because all the talent in the world only gets you so far if you can't harness it on a consistent basis. So, I mean, it just hasn't quite been as often as she needed it to be here. But we're not done yet.
Good job from Rain recognizing they both traded some good ground strokes from the back. Rain recognizing her shot had Brasha kind of scrambling. Reads it well, comes in, takes the next one out of the air, gets the side out. Here she comes. Yeah, like what I see from Rain right now. Now she's starting to apply pressure. I would like to see her stay aggressive with her serve to maybe get a couple short returns. That's good serve there. Good job by Brasha. Yeah, there it is. She set herself up with her kind of preferred forehand cross volley there. Set it up by going deep to the backhand of Rain. Yeah, beautiful cross-court backhand from Rain. Not a bad shot from Brasha, but she was just out of position. She was too far on the right sideline. You can see Brasha wanted to come in, but just knew that her return wasn't quite deep enough.
Oh, no.
We can hear Arnold from over here. And we're not going to repeat what he said.
I mean, people might have heard it.
That's right.
It's Julian.
Oh, goes with the lob serve there, does Brasha. I like the idea, and I like that she tried to follow that in. Just sails it low, and the breeze is kicking up a little bit again, so there's a little more of a breeze from the near court to the far court. Oh, yeah, Rain read it all the way. She knew exactly where Brasha was going to go, and she literally just needed to, she could put the ball anywhere.
Yeah.
And just sails it long. Brasha was completely off the court. She wasn't, I don't think it was even going to try to make an attempt to get that ball, but unfortunately for Rain, she misses it.
So Julian Arnold is facing Rafa Hewitt
That's going to be a loud one.
So that is going to be another fiery match.
Yep. Great volleys. Yeah, that first overhead, she just way too tentative.
Wow.
Good job. Great fight
really
there
nice
from
rally.
Rain. Brasha fortunate there because she had a put away overhead and she really
had a couple.
She pulled back on that, but that first one she kind of pulled back and it kind of kept Rain in the point. But nonetheless, she gets the next one. She's 2 points away.
Well, we have a timeout here from Rain. We'll see. I mean, really, we've been preaching, I think, earlier in the women's match as well as this one, that whoever has been more aggressive has definitely, been in the driver's seat. And it's interesting. I don't really know where the discrepancy comes in the men's game versus the women's game. Of course, there's going to be lots of stuff, but the fact that the men almost exclusively will follow their return to the net every time, and then the women are so different. I just wonder why so different.
I think a couple reasons. One, the women don't tend to be as long, right? So they're a little bit shorter, so they to cover the court is
the passing shots are a little more,
and they can pass really well. So now you have the combination of you don't have the reach, plus the women, because they like to hit those ground strokes. That ball, wow! Both of them I think were generous, and finally that one gets called out.
All right, so it is Mary Brasha who will hang on here. That second game a little less tough to close out than game one, but she will head to face Georgia Johnson in the winner bracket final. Millie Rain not done, though. She drops to the back draw, and we will have, as I mentioned, that men's winner bracket final coming up next. Federico Staksrud faces Hunter Johnson. So don't go anywhere. More pickleball action still to come in Mesa right after this. Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Laura McLaughlin here once again with Mary Brasha. This time she heads to our winner bracket final where she will face Georgia Johnson. I mean, Millie's throwing up a couple lobs in there. You had a lot of opportunities in game one to close that out as she mounted that comeback, almost came back to try and snatch that first game from you. When you kind of have those opportunities to close out and you're not able to finish, does that sort of get into your head? You have to really sort of block that out and just refocus on just 1 point at a time?
Oh, for sure. 1 point at a time is the biggest thing. And for me, it's to stick to my game plan. And sometimes I can stray away from that. you get caught up doing some things if something's not working, but if you really can stick to your strategy, I think that's what will push you forward.
I mean, I have to, obviously, you're not an aggressive person. You're not super fiery, super emotional. So playing out there, it seems like every once in a while, sometimes you're holding back a little, not being too aggressive, a little hesitancy. Do you feel like you sometimes struggle maybe tapping into sort of a fiery side that maybe you need or would like to have out on court?
I definitely think I have that energy, and singles is different though than doubles. You know, sometimes you have a partner pumping you up and you want to pump them up, so pumping yourself up is a big thing. But yeah, when I can do that, it's good.
That is true. I should point out, in doubles you are very, very fiery and you get real pumped up and you like to bounce around a lot as well. So
I try, but also, you know, it's just different. Even tournament and rec singles too. It's just like focusing on every point. Everyone's so good. So.
I mean, this was a big year. A lot of stuff happened. A ton of tournaments. You're kind of all over the place. Sort of coming to the end of the year, a bit more of a break on the other side here. You got the holidays coming up. Anything fun that you have planned with the Brasha clan that you're looking forward to?
Well, besides pickleball, I think I'm going to rest a lot and probably do some fun beach trips because, you know, it's still warm back home and just recovering for the next year.
All right, well, we will see you in that winter bracket final coming up against Georgia Johnson. But first, we have our gentlemen who have to finish out their bracket here before we know who is heading to Championship Sunday. Don't go anywhere. More action here in Mesa at the APP Sunmed Mesa Open right after this.
There was a time when I was young, my brothers were young, and we actually lived in just a small motel room for about 9 months, my brothers, my dad, and I. And it really taught us that you don't need a lot to be happy in life.
The pulse, the beat, the vibe. You have a place to turn it on. Talking Stick Resort.
Welcome back, everyone. We have our men's winner bracket final. We have Hunter Johnson on the far end taking on Federico Staxrud. And I am going to try and tell Spencer in the truck that I can barely hear myself because he probably still has the talk back going. Because I can hear everyone in the booth. Hi, Daniel.
Hello.
All right, so Federico Staxrud, as I mentioned, on the near end, 26 years old in Estero, Florida, takes on 28-year-old Hunter Johnson out of New Braunfels, Texas. These two faced off in the gold medal match in Houston. Staxrud winning the 2 out of 3, but falling short in the tiebreaker to 15. So Hunter did snatch that away from him. But should be a really good matchup between these two here. One of them will head to championship Sunday. The other will head to bronze, where they will face the winner of J.W. Johnson versus Julian Arnold, who defeated Rafa Hewitt. Obviously saw a very contentious match, or at least third game, when Federico Staxrud took on Julian Arnold earlier. So he had a good win in that very good match. I believe Staxrud saying Hunter has got the best of him the last couple times they have faced off, so we'll see if he can turn the tides as they were.
Oh, he just overhits that ball. Court was open. He could tell that Hunter was trying to get there. Misses it wide.
Mentioned a little earlier in the day, but Hunter Johnson hurt his ankle a couple weeks ago, had to pull out of a tournament where he was making a good run in singles. So glad to see he is seemingly okay. I'm not sure if he's back to 100 yet, but good to see that wasn't too serious of an injury. Bit of an interesting start to this matchup. Very short rallies.
Beautiful shot there from Johnson. Federico not hiding his frustration with the spin serve. Kind of mimic the toss there. This is it. This is the last tournament where they're allowed to use it. Before the rules changed, that ball was long.
And we did have insane shadows to start our day. That sort of dissipated throughout the day, but as the sun starts to peak on the other side of the covering here on center court, we're going to start to deal with those once again now, creeping in on the side. See if that...
Yeah, just a great return. Yeah, that's unfortunate there. That's dangerous.
I know. I just...
Yeah, normally, I mean, like you said, on a smaller car, you just basically run into the fence, and there's no more backing up. But here, because there's no barrier, hopefully there's no injury there to Staxrud.
And the thing is the answer that you put the barriers at the end of the court, beginning of the sidewalk, and then take away that extra space for the players.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know kind of what's best. I mean, you're either running into the barriers, which you could also injure yourself there, obviously. But that sidewalk is definitely obviously a different surface, so it just sometimes it's a little slippery. And as we mentioned, there is quite a bit of sand. There's been some wind, so.
Yeah, every place has its challenges,
right?
And quirks and things to deal with.
Ooh.
A little
Hunter
too
going for the drop, yeah.
Yeah, just trying to be a little too fancy.
Trying to will it in with a little hop a la Vivian David. Yeah, it's a great shot.
One of my favorite quirks of the Johnson twins is when they're upset, they kind of throw their bodies around in frustration. Again, just, I mean, at this stage, giving up 3 points on a serve return. I mean, he got it.
Wait.
Staxrud just didn't keep playing.
I mean, it's like he could have ran it down.
I know. He just, it's like his brain shorted out.
Yeah.
I've had that
He
happen.
Thought for sure it was going out, and just misses wide.
I mean, that's so tough, too. I mean, he had the shot, he had the opportunity, and he just pushes it wide. And, I mean, it's shots like that that make the difference ultimately in these type of matches. Now we're going to have a timeout here from Johnson. Only trailing by 1. But again, he's got 2 to use, hasn't used any yet, so like it, just refocusing. And I can see Yates on the sideline, of course, supporting his brother, and joined by Dylan Frazier there on the sideline. Always love to see the other pros watching their peers. Well, speaking of Vivian David, she's made an appearance.
There she is.
Say your name 3 times and she'll appear. All right, let's see. Again, doesn't seem like too much adjustment needs to be made on Johnson's end. Simply, some errors that have been made that can't be made.
Yeah, great read
Wow.
from Johnson, knowing that Stockford was going cross-court. We see here on the replay, but just too high, obviously too easy for Stockford to put away. Yeah. Great use of the drop there from Stocksrud.
Wow.
Just a beautiful inside-out forehand drop. Got Johnson off the court. That's long.
It's going to be a second final timeout now as Johnson's going to face a game point on the paddle of Federico Staksrud coming out of this. And I mean, when you're trailing by 4 and 2 or 3 of those are free points that you gave up on the serve return, I mean, you know it's that's the difference maker is the errors that you've made. It's not that you're getting outplayed necessarily. It's that, you've kind of given away some opportunities that put yourself in this spot. So that can be very frustrating mentally, of course, but have to be able to shake that off and just try and lock in, I guess.
Yeah, and that ability, obviously we see game 1 go to Stocksrud. That ability to return these really big serves. All these guys have good serves. The ability that they have to return deep consistently.
Yeah.
And then every once in a while you see some errors, but their serve is so big, it's amazing how they don't make more errors. I mean, that's kind of a
that is fair.
Underrated ability that these guys have to be so good with their returns and so deep. But obviously from time to time they miss some, and it cost Hunter that game 1.
Yeah, we'll take a very short break, and we're back with game number 2 in our winner bracket final right after this. Back into the action, our USA Pickleball Certified referee, Kim Isaacson, kicks us off into game 2. Federico Staksrud with the serve on the far end, serving to Hunter Johnson. Taking game 1, 11-6. And you do have to wonder if the ankle injury a couple weeks ago is maybe there's still just like a touch of something there.
Oh, this time the little hop works. Yep, as someone who is known to have dealt with some injuries. Yeah, I mean, even a little bit, just a little something where you feel like your movement is not quite what it could be.
Or there's just like that slight hesitancy
Yeah.
to like move a certain
Sure.
way really aggressively.
Has been turned into the pickleball desk. If it is yours, it is up.
I have to imagine all of the players after what's been a pretty grueling year on the tournament scene, especially if they have played a lot, are looking forward to a little time off.
Right.
Some rest and recuperation before they kick off into next year. Nice recovery off the net.
That's a great leave there from Stocksrud. Ball did not miss by that much. Good deep serve. Yeah, I think Johnson should have taken that ball out of the air. Easier said than done, but it really got him out of position by letting it bounce. Oh. Yeah, we get a smile from Stocksrud.
I mean,
couldn't have set himself up any better than he did.
Doesn't get more open than that.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah, just back. Just back. Yeah.
I couldn't see if it was on the line or beyond it, so call stand. 1-1.
Looked a little long from here, but we don't have the best angle.
1-1.
Yeah, it looked like Johnson thought that was going out, and as he watches it go by, yells at himself a little bit for not hitting that. We saw...
Sorry, go ahead.
No, well, we saw Hunter earlier, that backhand was just so dialed in. We haven't really seen that in this match so far.
Ooh, just misses with that forehand. Yeah, what I was going to say is Stocksrud, as he's run around that backhand, going back to the Arnold match, he's gone inside out almost exclusively. And I think at some point he's going to have to go, as he runs around that ball. Yeah, great job. As he runs around that ball, he needs to pull some of those down the line to the Johnson forehand, because he's going to start reading that inside-out forehand if he doesn't mix it up a little bit.
3-1.
Yeah, that's the shot that he was. I don't think he missed one of those earlier, right?
No.
When we saw him with
so
Sincola.
So good and
was
so.
Was it Sincola? That was the Sincola match. Wasn't
No,
it?
it was.
Oh, JW.
Yes, thank
JW.
you.
Yeah. He didn't miss one of those backhands.
4-1.
Yeah, it's always so interesting in pickleball. We talk how much momentum shifts game to game, match to match. I mean, Johnson's not playing even remotely as well as he played in that match against J.W. Johnson, and that's just...
It happens. It can change from one game to the next within the same match, right? You can go from hitting everything clean to then things don't seem to go your way, and that's pickleball.
We're going to have a timeout from Johnson, who, this looks pretty dejected right now. I think every pickleball player has been in his position, regardless of your level, where just nothing seems to go your way.
Yeah.
You try something different, that doesn't work either.
Right.
You're just, being outplayed and nothing's happening. That's just such a tough spot. You just feel kind of like you're banging your head against a wall trying to figure out what to do.
coming out of that timeout to miss a return, that's just very deflating. You're hoping to change momentum, and that does the complete opposite. Again, he goes for that inside-out drop. That's clean forehand there from Johnson.
It's been a minute since I've seen just a really nice clean shot from him.
Oh, just misses long. Unfortunate there. Clips the net. Yep, I'm all skidded.
He needs about 7 more like that.
Yeah. Stay aggressive with that serve. Yeah, the ball's very
right
close.
On the line.
Yeah.
I mean, look at these drops.
Oh.
I mean,
I
those.
almost wonder if Federico had a chance at an ATP there. I don't know. It's hard to see from here, but I feel like he might have had a shot at it if he'd waited. Oh, that ball really jumped on Stocksrud. Calls a timeout.
I mean, this is the first. I mean, he got 6 points in the first game, but this feels like the first sort of ray of sunshine maybe peeking through the clouds here for Hunter Johnson.
Yep.
In this match, even though, as I mentioned, had more points in game one than he does right now, but just seems like he's strung a couple together. He's got a little momentum building.
Yeah, including the side out. He's gotten 4 in a row, I think. So I think he got the side out at, I think it was 2. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And Yates is finally coming down to this side at least, lending his physical support closer. He was on the other side. Just in case he needs to impart any words of wisdom. I mean, good rally. Obviously, Stocksrud gets the Ernie kind of put away there.
Yeah, and good read by him. Johnson was guessing cross court. Wow, great shot. Great angle there from Johnson. Just too far from Stocksrud to try to run it down, even with his speed. Ooh.
Again, it's not so much that Johnson's serves are kicking side to side.
No,
they're
it's
kicking up.
Yep. Yeah, he's putting just an extra amount of top spin, and so when that ball bounces, it just jumps up on you. That's going to be long. Yeah, he went inside out again. Yeah, that ball was close. And that's the same shot that I'm was referring to earlier. I think he needs to pull a couple of those up the line. Johnson's starting to read that ball.
Interesting turn the second game is taking.
Yeah.
While Johnson isn't necessarily hitting amazing shots or winners, much more than he was before, but it's Staksrud who's let some errors creep in here. And that has really allowed Johnson to keep this neck and neck.
There he goes. That's the shot that I'm talking about. He's gone inside out almost exclusively, and he just froze Johnson there.
Wow.
Followed by that. Same guy. Same guy. We've all done it.
It's been almost every match that there's been a weird number of missed serves and returns from players. I am not used to seeing it happen almost ever. Some in the water here in Mesa, Arizona, or in the air maybe. All right, Hunter Johnson with a frustrated kind of ball smack coming into this timeout call.
Match point.
And again, he has fared much better here in the second game. Sort of a combination of stringing together a couple things himself, mixed with some errors on Staksrud's end, but
yeah, it looks like he's relied a little more on the drops and just hoping to, leads to a mistake rather than passing, as he was a little more successful with the pass. But he said it in the interview, when my passes aren't really, happening, then I gotta be able to roll the ball short, which is what he's trying to do. He has stayed in a few points, has won a few, but still down match point here. Yeah, it's a good
beautiful
deep serve. Oh, yeah. Another slip. Johnson very upset.
It's tough. We've had sort of like some heartbreak moments in several matches here today, which has been tough, but it is Federico Staksrud who will head to championship Sunday. Hunter may very well join him there. So his day's not done. He heads to the bronze medal match, and let's see how that back draw match fared. So it is J.W. Johnson defeating Julian Arnold 15-3 to face Hunter Johnson in that bronze medal match. We'll have our women's final coming up next, though, before we get into our medal rounds. Mary Brasha faces Georgia Johnson. That is next here at the APP Sunmed Mesa Open.
There was a time when I was young, my brothers were young, and we actually lived in just a small motel room for about 9 months, my brothers, my dad, and I. And it really taught us that you don't need a lot to be happy in life.
Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Federico Staksrud, who is done for the day, heading to his first Championship Sunday appearance in singles. What do you think sort of lended to your success in that match against Hunter? Take your time.
Yeah, I mean, Hunter is a great player. I knew I had to be on top of my game the whole time. I think I played today was a good day of pickleball. Overall, I think I played well all the games that I play, and the conditions helped me out a little bit. Fast courts, dry heat, the ball goes fast, so helps me with my game, kind of like hit and crash that I like. So just happy to be in Sunday.
You, of course, have 2 days of doubles ahead of you before Championship Sunday, and you're back into singles again. What will sort of be your mental preparation? Do you sort of put this aside until those 2 double days are done, and then you sort of refocus on your strategy going into Sunday?
Yeah, you have to like clean your mind, because every day is just so different. Mixed doubles is so different with men's doubles too. So done, and then tomorrow just think about the strategy for tomorrow for sure.
I mean, you're going to have a bit of an extended break after this tournament, sort of towards the end of the year, the holidays coming up. Is there anything you're really looking forward to having maybe just some downtime, some family time that you're looking forward to this month?
Yeah, for sure. It's always good to have a break, and also it's good to have time to practice and work on things that maybe when you're playing tournament after tournament, you don't have time. It's just like hit a little bit and play tournaments. So it's nice to have this time to get ready for the season.
Are you going to do anything that is not pickleball? Are you going to have anything else in your life this next month, Fed, that's not pickleball?
Yeah, for sure. Beach. And yeah, spend time with my family. We watch the World Cup, Argentina. So we play Australia on Saturday, so I'll for sure be watching that one.
All right, well, congratulations. We'll see you on Sunday in at least one match so far here today. And we'll see which lady is going to get her direct shot into Championship Sunday next with our women's winner bracket final. Don't go anywhere.
No time to waste. the setting sun into our wildest dream. Follow me into our wildest dreams, our wildest dreams.
The pulse, the beat, the vibe. You have a place to turn it on. Talking Stick Resort.
The APP Sunmed Mesa Open, brought to you by Talking Stick Resort and Casino, Scottsdale's entertainment destination, and Rayon's Financial, intelligent and insightful financial solutions. Welcome back to our women's bracket final. Mary Barasha will face the number 1 seed, Georgia Johnson, who we actually have not yet seen on center court. A little rare to not see her yet, but we're seeing her now, so that's all that matters. So Georgia Johnson, her journey today as a 16-year-old out of Boynton Beach, Florida, had to bye her first round, defeated Abby Brooks 11-5, 11-5, then taking down Lina Padigamete 11-3, 6-11, 11-0, and that gets her here in the winter bracket final. So a bit of a smaller bracket for the ladies. Mary Barasha, as we have seen so far today. A couple of her matches already here on center court, defeating Millie Rain in her previous match. But Georgia Johnson, obviously very aggressive player, has some very powerful shots. And she will, of course, be a tough opponent for anyone, but we'll see how Barasha, the number 2 seed, can fare here.
Yeah, great shot there from Barasha. We saw Georgia round up right there, 3 points right away. She's using her kind of pinch spin serve that we've seen quite a bit, very effectively. Good deep serve.
Yeah, quick little start for Johnson, but Barasha answers right back. John Friesner is our USA Pickleball Certified referee for this match.
A little bit of miss it there from Johnson on the first volley with her forehand, but clean backhand winner there.
Oof,
yeah, it's just a great.
Yeah, I mean, Barasha has amazing passing shots, as we have obviously seen and talked about today. But I think if Johnson gets up to that kitchen line, if Barasha does not hit one of those amazing passing shots, she could be in trouble because, I mean, if Johnson gets a ball sitting up just a little too high up at that line, it's not coming back probably. As you see there.
Yeah.
Point.
Timeout.
Timeout receiver. Score 7-3. First timeout, Mary.
I mean, not only, a handful of minutes played so far here, and a quick lead for Georgia Johnson. Are you seeing anything on Barasha's end of the court that might be an adjustment you would perhaps coach her into making during this timeout?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the strategy going in is to apply pressure, but right now Johnson is serving so big, it makes it really difficult to be able to come in on the return. Johnson's doing a great job with her serve of keeping Barasha so far back that it just really does not allow her to come in. Where she got the points is she got that side out and she started playing aggressive. But first, obviously, she's got to get this side out. And with Johnson, she's got great passes, but you have to continue to apply pressure or she will apply the pressure. Mm-hmm. So good job there from that. We see just that. We see exactly that. She comes in. That serve from Johnson wasn't quite as deep as some of the previous ones, so that was allowed Barasha to come in and see if she can put together some points here.
Oh,
it just goes wide. The difference right now is Johnson's serving aggressive and Brasha's not. That's really the difference between the point. It's setting up the points.
And Johnson does have that sort of pinch spin serve that she uses, and she just really does have one of the hardest hit serves on the ladies' side. And that can be tough, especially, you know, if Brasha's going to leave those returns a little shallow. I mean, that was a beautiful return.
That was great. That was out. So here's the key. It's right now. It's really on. It's all about Brasha's serve right now. That's how she got those initial points. She went with bigger serves. I don't mind a long miss there. Obviously, you don't want to miss
missed.
any. Yeah, she just missed.
Very close.
But I like the aggression. And she gets the side out right away. See what she does after missing long. Yeah, she pulls back a little bit. Great shot. And we've seen it. We've had a chance to watch her matches here. We saw her miss a couple serves long, and the very next time she got to serve, she definitely pulled back on it. Good job there, going a little bit deeper. That was just a really good ball from Johnson.
And I think Brasha's, you know, she'll be the first to admit that she can sometimes get a little distracted in a game or a match, going away from maybe the game plan she was hoping to stick to, and she needs to kind of refocus herself.
Right.
So I'm sure, you know, she knows that Johnson's going to be bringing some power, and she's got to kind of match that. So
Point. 5-8.
Oh, just a big backswing there from Johnson. All she needed to do was really just sort of punch the ball forward, took a big whack at it.
Side out.
Just missing with that cross-court backhand is Brasha, but I like that she was really going for the shot. Yeah, I mean, right now, Brasha's return is what's keeping her in this match. She's making some really good deep returns, not allowing Georgia Johnson here to get past the 8 she's been stuck on for a little bit.
yeah, she's going to cruise to that 8, and now
The ball's going to go long.
Spinning the tires.
7-8.
Like to maybe see a timeout from Johnson.
Yeah, I assume we'll see another one. We'll see one if she loses this point here, I would think. All right.
Good anticipation.
Oh, Johnson did a great job of staying in that point with that lob that we saw Rain use effectively against Brasha, especially on that side.
And we do indeed see that timeout, now tied up at 8. And Brasha certainly applying the pressure, but it is a little bit, Johnson's just kind of coming up on her shots these last several errors that she's made. Just kind of losing focus a little, perhaps, as we mentioned. 16 years old, recently turned, playing for Team Franklin along with the rest of the Johnson clan out of Boynton Beach, Florida. Florida, obviously a huge hot spot of pickleball, so especially over on that East Coast, you have a lot of really nice players. Andre Daescu, Ed Enlika, Gabriel Tardio over there, Millie Rain, along with the Johnsons. So a lot of good play over there.
Great pass there from Brasha. She wasn't super aggressive on the serve, but obviously what a great pass there on her forehand side. Just missing.
I mean, Brasha has had what? Because as we mentioned, Johnson got up to 8 and hasn't moved since. I think Barasha kind of got things going at
3, I think, is
3
when she
maybe?
started.
So,
yeah.
I mean,
Wow.
6.
Barasha wondering if that ball missed. Definitely too hard to tell from our point of view.
Point. 10-9.
And again, I mean, stuck at 8 forever, and then just a quick turnaround. 2 really nice rallies, and Georgia Johnson takes game 1. But Barasha, quite a comeback, and definitely found some success that she will, I'm sure, try to implement in game 2 here in our winter bracket final. We'll back into it right after this. Back for game number 2 here in our women's winter bracket final. Mary Barasha will be on the near end here for game 2, taking on Georgia Johnson on the far end. Johnson cruised in game 1 up until 8, and then Barasha held her there for a very long time before she was finally able to break out and take that first game. Let's see if Barasha can take this to a 3rd and a possible spot in championship Sunday.
2-0.
That's great deep serve.
Point.
I think that's the deepest serve she's hit yet that didn't go out. Should do a lot for her confidence.
Anticipation, she was there.
Yep.
It's a little too low and flat on that shot. And again, we do have the sun certainly playing a factor now as it's getting lower in the sky. It's going to be in Georgia's sort of peripheral over there.
Wow. What a beautiful forehand cross there from Barasha. We see the replay, just flicks it.
I mean,
yep.
Yeah, she is.
And Johnson wasn't quite set. I think if she'd been set, she would have had a shot at that ball, but she was kind of leaning still a little bit. It's a great start for Barasha here.
Timeout from Johnson as a result.
Huge key right here is, with that big lead, is for Barasha to stay aggressive and keep really going for her serve, because she knows Johnson's going to want to come in, and so she's got to make it difficult on her, as Johnson is going to try to apply pressure, I'm sure, right now. Expect her to come in behind this return. Barasha needs to know that that's what Johnson is going to want to do.
We'll see if Johnson can just sort of refocus here. She certainly is not playing the game she wants to be playing right now. Brasha dictating the terms.
Yeah, good job there from Johnson. Exactly what we said. She's going to apply pressure, and now she's got the side out, and of course she's been very effective with that spin serve. She could easily put together several points here. And we see the first one there.
And we talk a lot about Georgia Johnson's game. She doesn't have a lot of spin on her shots. Doesn't have a lot of top spin, a lot of slice, very flat sort of as she hits the ball. So that can sometimes lead to some errors here and there if she's not getting over the top of a ball. But for the most part, her style works very well for her.
Try. That's a great shot by Johnson there. The approach from Brasha was actually very good on that corner, but Johnson is able to get around that ball and kind of flick it cross court, as we've seen her do many, many times in the past. Oh.
Yeah, we've seen
similar
game
to that other miss. Now this time it's in the net instead of long, but she's overhitting it. Just doesn't need to do that. She just needs to shorten that swing, make it more compact, and just punch that ball. It's out. Yep, long.
Point. Six, one.
I don't even know.
Part of me thought was well out, and then part of me thought that
might
have been inside
like
the line.
She mishit it. It sounded like off the tip of her paddle, and I thought it was going to just sail, and then it ended up coming down. And I do think it was right on the line.
Yeah,
it just happened so fast,
it was a good no
and with
call.
the sun
Too
on
close,
it.
yeah. I think she was. Yeah, split step. Yep, exactly right. She's telling herself to split step, as you mentioned in the previous match. Great return. Great get from Johnson.
Wow, great hands from Brasha. But Johnson stays.
Yeah, she
nice
did.
and calm.
Johnson did an incredible job staying
much.
in that point. Yeah, Brasha hit a great shot to that corner, and Johnson hit a great backhand roll that kept her in the point, and then was able to then go on the offensive. That's out. Yeah, I mean, she's having trouble with some of those. If I'm Brasha and Georgia comes in, I'm throwing a few more lobs up there. Why not? You got lights now. There's just all kinds of stuff going on when you look up. Oh, that ball stays in. Wow, fortunate for Brasha there. Gets a fortunate net cord.
7-3.
Oh,
wow,
and
two in a row. Two in a row.
Yeah, that'll.
Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, I mean, it is. I mean, there's nothing you can do, but it is very frustrating when things kind of go that way. It's understandable that Johnson's frustrated there.
Yep, she's going to call a timeout as a result.
Especially because she was on that ball. She was on that volley. But it goes both ways. That net doesn't show favoritism.
Brother and good friend Millie Rain there, supporting Georgia Johnson. Yay, they're on the big screen. They can actually see it. Oh, look at that smile from J.W. Johnson. See, he smiles sometimes.
That's because he won.
That is true.
He came all the way back, and he's in Championship Sunday. Right? Right? He won
in
the...
bronze. Did we already do the bronze?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's in
that
bronze.
was to get to the bronze.
Yes,
Correct.
yes.
He beat Arnold to get to the bronze.
Correct. And that
Will be
bronze match
taking on
will be
Hunter.
next. So we
Yeah.
will see, hopefully, a smiling J.W. Johnson
Johnson.
on next as he has that rematch with Hunter Johnson, who got the best of him earlier in the day and forced him into that backdraw grind. But he's back, and we'll see if revenge is on his mind.
Oh, so close. Wow, great gets from both of them.
Yep, well played.
Just outstretched. Great shot from Johnson.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
I mean,
wow,
her
yeah.
taking that out of the air
Yeah.
was the critical deciding factor in who was going to come out on top of that rally.
Brasha hit some great shots, but Johnson just a little bit better. I mean, that was just great shots by both of them. Yeah.
Yeah, this has certainly been a match of not even necessarily runs per se between these two ladies, but certainly the shift in momentum. Some has been on the side of
little back and
Johnson,
forth,
then
yeah.
Brasha. I mean, the biggest
see
runs
it.
have been in the beginning of both games. Johnson in game one and Brasha in the second game.
I'm surprised we didn't see a timeout there from Brasha. I would expect if she loses this point, we're going to... Oh, wow, she's got 3 of those.
Oof, I don't know. The net might be showing some favoritism here in the second game.
It sure seems that way right now. Yeah, I mean, Brasha hit that ball hard, but it was just high and middle. There was just not much to that
Johnson
ball.
had a nice angle on
Yeah,
that.
easy
Made it
volley
tough.
for Johnson. No timeout yet, and it looks like she's
Seems
debating
a little
it.
tougher when you get the ball back and don't get any points and give it up. It sort of takes it out of your mind, that timeout necessity.
Still has a 1-point lead here, 8-7. See how deep this serve goes. That's pretty good. That ball's going to be long. Yeah, I mean it's riskier to take to hit the serve, but you can get some free points in return.
Quick shoe tie here from Johnson.
Wow, those are some of the longest
I
laces
know,
I've ever seen.
very long.
You have a triple knot? Yeah, no wonder they keep coming on. Now look at
Wrap them
those
around
things.
your ankle.
9-7.
And we got game point here.
It's interesting
for
because
Brasha.
watching some of Johnson's shots, she seems to open up that paddle face. And because she's not slicing it, she's just opening it. But she's hitting it the same way, which is what creates those errors. Oh, and she follows it up with that. Oof. All right, so game 3 coming our way here in our women's singles winner bracket final. Mary Brasha pushing us to a tiebreaker. We're back into it right after this.
The pulse, the beat, the vibe. You have a place to turn it on. Talking Stick Resort.
We are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
Mary Brasha has come back, forced us to a Game 3 here in our winter bracket final on the women's pro singles side. In our final tour stop of 2022 here in Mesa, Arizona at the APP Sunmed Mesa Open. Lauren McLaughlin and Daniel Roditi here courtside for singles day. Georgia Johnson will have the serve to start off Game 3. We'll switch ends at 6 here in this tiebreaker third game. And one of these ladies heads to Championship Sunday.
Great ball there from Johnson, holding it till the very last second, then flicking it cross court.
Oh my goodness. I mean, the fact she even put a paddle on that.
Yeah, great effort from Johnson.
I appreciated the flying Mary Brasha through the air as she hit that previous shot.
Side out.
Oh, Johnson's got something in her eye. Ooh.
1-0.
Yeah, great use of that drop from Brasha.
0-1.
Yeah, it looked almost like Johnson's ball almost kicked a little out, kind of throwing off Brasha as she went down that line.
1-0.
Good return down the line.
Yep.
Pulling Johnson wide, but
Johnson definitely likes that. They both do. They're like cross-court forehand. Great return. Yeah, that's just a great return. Set herself up.
yeah, sort of mixing up where you're going to put that return, especially in singles, can really keep things, kind of keep your opponents on their toes.
Oh, that ball that was in.
I could not see it. John was
Bad
blocking
angle.
my view. And again, it's so tough because Johnson, you know, she hits just.
Yeah,
One of her shots always a little
pull.
precarious looking sometimes.
Well, she strikes the ball almost like with the paddle head up almost every time, and it's like you said, it's flat, but she kind of rolls over her hands.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, obviously uses it very, if you see that right there again. Johnson might have hit an out ball. Oh, that was an out ball.
Oh, I mean, Brasha had a put away shot that she just kind of gave back to her. It was a little interesting, I thought. It works out in the end.
Good try there from Brasha. Misses wide.
And we talked too, at this level of play on the men's and the women's side, you know, these players, they know their opponents are so good. They try to hit these perfect shots, and that can, you know, create some errors because you're trying to hit very close to that line.
4-0.
And Brasha had a couple great shots in there. So we'll get up to the net, but just could not finish that.
5-0.
And Johnson is out in front. Big looking for the end change, which is not going to quite get it yet.
Point. One five. Tied out. Tied one. Tied out. One five.
Right on the line.
Oh, yeah.
Two shots right on the line. I think Johnson wondering if that ball stayed in. Yep, she wasn't trying to call it out. She's just checking to see if she missed one. Lost the ball in the stands.
So that was a point. 2-5.
Great pass there. That's the risk you take when you return cross court. It leaves that up the line shot pretty open.
3-5. Tied out.
Brasha's doing a good job of holding Johnson here. She sort of methodically putting a point each serve, but then can't quite string a couple together. So Johnson does finally break off of 5. She'll get that 6th point and trigger the end change here in this tiebreaker 3rd game. And she'll be out in front here. Brasha needing to find an answer here as one of these ladies is done after this match, finding themselves a spot in Championship Sunday. As I mentioned, we'll have our men's bronze medal match coming up next, a rematch of earlier today. Hunter Johnson will face J.W. Johnson. Again, just too many Johnsons. If there are some more Johnsons that come into pickleball this next year, I'm gonna have issues.
All right, here we go. Time in.
All right, back into the action. Georgia Johnson still with the serve, now on the far end. Let's see if she can keep the streak going, and she does.
Point. 7-3.
Tough way to get back into the action after the end change, and a quick 2 points leads to a pretty quick timeout here from Brasha. Tough when you're fighting so hard and you first, push this to 3, then some errors start to creep in, and a lot on the line. Oh, the breeze has picked up a smidge. We're now looking at 9.1 miles per hour here in Mesa, Arizona. Beautiful Bellbank Park, Legacy Sports Complex. There's also, I would like everyone to feel both Dan and I's pain in that there's an insanely humongous soccer tournament going on this weekend.
There is.
For young ladies. And many of them are staying at our hotel.
Yes. Right. I couldn't even get in the elevator today. Had to wait for the next one.
Oof. And again, just pushing it a little wide.
Hit 3.
Johnson closes it out.
Yep. So definitely found some success here in this third game. She has got some pep in her step as she's secured a spot on Championship Sunday, but Mary Brasha could very well join her. She heads to bronze, where she will battle first. We'll see if we know who has come back from that back draw yet. It is Lina Padigamete, who is courtside watching this, so she will be facing Mary in that bronze medal match. I will head to the Franklin studio for the first time with Miss Georgia Johnson, and then we're back with our medal matches right after this. Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with yet another Johnson. This time it's Georgia Johnson, who has secured herself a spot in Championship Sunday. Mary Brasha, always a tough opponent. You guys have faced each other numerous times. Coming into this match, did you have a particular strategy that you were going to try and implement against Mary to come out on top, or simply stick with what you know is your game that you want to play?
I typically try to just stick with my game. Mary's an incredible player. I definitely don't want to get sucked into her game style because she really capitalizes off her amazing passing shots. And so, yeah, it's always a tough match. Thankful to come out on top this time.
Of course, you'll have a break now. You're done for the day, and you have mixed and doubles, of course, to focus on the next 2 days before we're back into the action on Championship Sunday. What's sort of your preparation when you are in Championship Sunday and you kind of have those days to think about your matches going in? What's sort of the prep work that you do going into however many gold medal matches you're going to be in on Sunday?
Well, if I'm in multiple, I definitely have to be prepared and well warmed up for whatever specific skill set my certain events require, such as mixed, where I'm dinking on the right side more, and women's, where I usually play the left, and then, you know, of course, singles, where it's mostly ground strokes. So definitely get a good warm up in, and I think recovery is the most important thing. Shout out to J1 for helping me recover.
Of course, of course. So, you know, after this, a bit of a long break coming up. We have the holidays. In the Johnson clan, are there any specific traditions or things that you guys do during the holiday season that you're looking forward to?
So we usually go to the movies on Christmas. Yeah, so yeah, hopefully there's something good out.
I love it. We kind of did the same thing with like Thanksgiving, but we don't anymore, but I love it. Excellent tradition. So we will see you on Championship Sunday in at least one, but we'll see you again, of course, tomorrow in mix. So congratulations. Coming up next is Big Brother J.W. Johnson as he's looking to get some revenge against Hunter Johnson. Just Johnson, and Johnson. There's too many. Don't miss it. It's coming back right now. The APP Sunmed Mesa Open, brought to you by Yola Pickleball for the champion in you. Talking Stick Resort and Casino, Scottsdale's entertainment destination. Pro XR Pickleball, an official paddle sponsor of the APP Tour, and Pickleball Central, your pickleball superstore, catering from beginner to pro. Into our medal matches here today. We have 2 matches remaining. Medal rounds are all that remain. Our men on deck first. J.W. Johnson and Hunter Johnson square off yet again. Saw them face each other earlier today. Hunter Johnson getting the best of J.W. Johnson. Let's see if a little refocusing and good thoughts that carried him through that backdraw grind will help J.W. Johnson have a different result here. Again, winner in this match will head to championship Sunday to face Federico Staxrud. And one of these gentlemen will be our bronze medalist. Again, Lauren McLaughlin and Daniel Roditi here courtside for our singles day. We will have 2 courts streaming starting tomorrow for the rest of the weekend.
0-0. Point.
There's another great backhand from Hunter we saw in their previous match.
It'll be very interesting to see which Hunter Johnson we get in this match, because as we mentioned, seeing them play earlier today, I mean, Hunter played phenomenal.
Right.
Very clean, but then against Federico Staxrud, just nothing really was working.
Right.
Very frustrated. Wasn't hitting a lot of clean shots at all. So it'll be interesting to see. Again, it can change so quickly, so certainly could see Hunter very well refocus back in here and start to hit those great shots again. But we did see J.W. Johnson struggle a little earlier against Hunter, kind of finding a groove, so both of them struggling a little bit here today.
Yep.
George Henderson is our USA Pickleball certified, Hernandez. My goodness. George Hernandez is our USA Pickleball certified referee for this match. Second referee is Kim Isaacson.
Yeah. Johnson, J.W. Johnson paints the back line 2 shots in a row. Rare miss there from JW on the forehand cross-court pass. We've seen him hit that shot so many times. Yeah, that's the same backhand that was so on fire there. Their first matchup hasn't been able to quite get the feel for it this time around.
Ooh.
Yeah, just a rip there.
Had the feel for that. My goodness.
Look at that. Just runs around
Such
it.
great footwork, too. I mean, he's lucky he's so young. The way he just throws that neck around.
Yeah. That's long.
Again, what a weird day for serves and returns.
I remembered who he said the haircut. He said Cristiano Ronaldo, I think.
Yes, you're right.
The World Cup. I knew it had something to do with the World Cup. Now we can get back to watching this match.
For
that
anyone
was
that's
that was
like,
very
what?
important. That was very important. Sorry.
comment.
Yeah.
Early in the day, we mentioned how J.W. Johnson's rocking that fresh new fade haircut. Very stylish. And we were talking about, he mentioned in an interview why he got that or what sort of
inspired it.
And Dan just remembered.
Yeah, Cristiano Ronaldo.
Better late than never,
there
Dan.
You go.
I like
See,
it.
I got it. I'm a little slow. Ooh, yeah, it goes for way too much. That ball's just in the transition zone. Needs to take some pace off of it, use the angle, tries to crush it. Misses long, missing return long here.
I mean, that's where, too, the frustration can leak into your play.
Right.
Because you're so frustrated, you get kind of tensed up, and it forces...
Yeah, you feel like you're just giving it away. You feel like you're not making them earn it. Although, if your opponent's hitting big serves, that's why they are hitting big serves, so that they can get some free points. But it's still very frustrating, obviously feeling like you're just handing the match to them and not making them earn it. And we've all been there. We've all missed, more returns than we would like.
Yeah, without question. So timeout here from Hunter Johnson as he's just trying to stop the bleeding here. Definitely needs to find a tourniquet and fast.
Yeah, and then you try to overcompensate. If you're missing long with your returns, you try to, go a little shorter, then you might leave it in the net. It just starts getting into your head and overthinking instead of just playing. Oh, 7. Okay, score 7-2. Hunter asking if he's sure. Ball stays in. Yeah, that's that forehand roll you mentioned earlier from JW. Yeah, great job by Hunter recognizing JW was so far out of position that all he needed to do is just drop that ball for a winner. Seeing Hunter try to stretch his legs, kind of keeps grabbing. I don't know if it's a...
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know
really,
if it's a pulled muscle type thing or if it's just a tightness trying to stretch it out. I don't think it's cramping, but
all day he's been a little something's off. Like he just doesn't seem to be moving nearly sort of quickly and aggressively as he normally is. Yeah.
And you mentioned the ankle injury, and sometimes when you have an injury, it's not even so much that particular injury, but sometimes you start to compensate in your body. You can kind of put a little more. Oh wow,
he got it.
That's unbelievable. The drop was amazing. The get was even better. Look at this.
I mean, what?
That's what young people do.
I never did that, even at that age, I don't think. Not that I was playing pickleball at that age, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, me neither. There's that roll. Yeah, we hadn't seen it in this match, and what a great time to execute that shot. Get a timeout called from JW.
Yeah, we saw that earlier in their matchup when Hunter was just crushing those kind of drop shots from the backcourt. J.W. Johnson had a lot of those errors where it dropped and he tried to kind of short hop it into the net.
Yeah, or he would, hang him, and Hunter was crashing in, taking him out of the air and putting away just an easy volley. We haven't seen it as much this time around, but maybe that last point will help him kind of get in a little bit of a groove there with that backhand.
It's like talking to the voices in his head, just back and forth. Something made him laugh. I love it. Oh yeah, there's the stretching again from Hunter. I mean, is that a left kind of hip?
Yeah, almost like a hip flexor. Quad. I thought he was kind of grabbing, I don't know if it was a groin hip flexor or something.
What
so much backspin. Yeah, there was so much backspin on that volley from JW, and Hunter needed to run a little bit further because that ball was spinning back towards the net. Just threw off his timing a little bit.
Yeah, J.W. Johnson really kind of methodically working his way in shot by shot. Not trying to rush it.
Great gets.
What?
Yeah, it's gone.
Oh, I don't know if I've seen a paddle throw from Hunter Johnson before.
We might get a
We sure will.
verbal warning here from our referees for the paddle throw. Hunter's like, yeah, just tell me.
Yeah, he's
just
like,
give it to me. I got it. Yeah, in the previous match against, I got code violation warning there.
All right, game point here for J.W. Johnson.
Misses. And JW hits that two-handed backhand pretty flat. He, for how much spin he uses on his forehand side, he likes to kind of punch that ball up the line, but not a ton of spin. Oh, wow.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, that might have been a winner either way, but certainly I don't like it went. Yeah, it's again. Yeah. It's like a groin. Yep. It's like a groin or hip flexor on his left leg there for Hunter.
Yeah, never like to see that.
No. Oh, just way too much angle.
And they wave to each other from afar.
Like, yeah, I gotcha.
We're good.
Good game.
All right, so J.W. Johnson able to take game one here in our bronze medal match. Looking to take game two and a little payback for the defeat earlier. We're back into it right after this. Game number 2 about to be underway here in our final men's pro singles match of the day. This is our bronze medal match between J.W. Johnson now on the near end and Hunter Johnson on the far end. J.W. Johnson taking game 1 11-6. And in between games, definitely saw Hunter stretching again.
Still, he keeps, now he's got
yeah, he's kind of shaking it as he walks. That could.
I don't know if it's quite a limp, but you could tell he's favoring.
Yeah, that's gonna. Ooh, okay. All right. Well, if he's gonna hit shots like that,
it's one of the things you do when you're a little injured. You start going for more and just hope it goes in, so you don't have to extend the points.
Yeah, I think if JW is able to sort of keep Hunter moving and forced to do something, it might be pretty tough for Hunter to hang in here unless he's really dialed in on his shots.
Yeah, and if that keeps giving him issues, I mean, hopefully we don't see him default, but
yeah, I mean, definitely seems tight, but doesn't seem to be necessarily super painful at this point. But again, I mean,
yeah,
who's to say? Only Hunter knows that.
Well, and a little bit is if you realize, I don't know if I have it for this match.
Yeah.
And of course, you have to think long term, right? If it is something that he thinks
that
could, you got doubles coming up, which, yeah.
I mean, I definitely don't think we would see Hunter withdraw, but nice backhand punches. Ooh.
That's out. Yeah, especially at this stage. Obviously, he doesn't have to drop down to a loser's bracket. This is it. And if it does end up that way, that's still an incredible result for Hunter with this deep of a field. And yeah, he keeps stretching. I mean, it's just seems like between every point, he's doing something with that leg. That's out.
Definitely didn't see him do anything per se, but we did see him earlier. It was him and not Yates, right, that was doing the couple of like split gets.
Yates did a splits on kind of that far court. Yeah, he's still stretching. There's obviously clearly something bothering him. Unfortunately, it's in the bronze medal match after having beaten JW already once, but this is obviously. It's hard enough beating JW once. Yeah. It's definitely even harder to beat him twice on the same day. And if you're not feeling 100%, then it becomes almost impossible. And JW, just looks confident. Obviously, very different look from the previous match. He's smiling.
He's having a little chat with Rob Nunnery over there.
Yeah, you see him. He's using the handle to push.
Oh, look at that hair now. That's the best hair. Oh, he sees it on screen. He's got to fix it.
And he's going to push it back down.
All right, so.
Oh, that's wide.
All right, well. Rob distracted him.
We're going to blame that on Nunnery.
Yeah, I mean, it's very clear Hunter's not. Even at 90%, I would say, of what he is capable of and what we're used to seeing from him.
Yeah, and on top of that, he's not striking the ball, obviously, the way he was doing it earlier, which kind of just makes it Just sort of snowball effect.
Yeah.
Six, zero. Right out.
Yeah, we're going to see, just get ready to see some huge serves from Hunter here. He's obviously trying to limit the amount of balls he has to hit.
Right out. Six, one.
Wow. I mean, even when you make a great volley like he did right there, you can see JW anticipating though and just pulling that, using that left hand to pull the ball cross court.
Seven, one. Side out.
I mean, can't believe he got the previous shot.
I don't even know how he got the first two of them.
1-7.
Yeah, big serve.
Point.
Oof. I mean, yeah, it's like every time he just tries to do more, it's going to cost him a little something in terms of the physicality.
Yeah, you see him just ripping that serve. He knows he's got nothing to lose. He's down. It's 3-7 now, but it was 1-7. So he's just got to just keep going for that serve. Look at that bounce. Sheesh. I mean, that was up by JW's shoulder. Go.
4-7.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to happen when you're going for bigger serves than you're used to.
7-4.
Wow.
Right in that back corner.
Sheesh. That's demoralizing.
And I'm definitely, there does seem to be a bit of a limp creeping in here.
Point.
All right, we're going to have a timeout and some more stretching. Or just...
Yeah, I think
Yates
Yates is going to stretch him out.
Oh, I wonder, is he trying to like pop his hip?
Yeah, trying to make a little adjustment there.
I mean, that's what brothers are for.
Yeah.
And it's tough because, I mean, at this stage, you have so little time.
Yeah,
it's
there's
gonna
not much you can do. Yeah, there's not much you can do. You're just trying to...
It's going to be very minimal, if really anything. And JW 2 points away from heading to Championship Sunday.
Oh, yeah, just like an ankle breaker. I mean, he just held that ball for so long. And once he saw Hunter commit to the down-the-line shot, just flicks it inside out. Got match point. Not yet.
It's tough because I know, Hunter's not just going to give up.
Right.
Obviously.
Yeah.
But at this point, it's sort of just prolonging the inevitable.
Yep.
And that will do it. So Hunter Johnson is our bronze medalist here in Mesa for the final singles event that he'll play of 2022. Not too shabby in a very deep field.
Yep.
Hopefully whatever is going on with him is something temporary that can be sort of addressed this evening before he gets into some more days. But I will hit my 4th Johnson of the day in the Franklin studio after this, and then we're back with our final match of the day. It's our women's bronze medal match. Mary Brasha takes on Lina Pitigamete next.
There was a time when I was young, my brothers were young, and we actually lived in just a small motel room for about 9 months, my brothers, my dad, and I. And it really taught us that you don't need a lot to be happy in life.
Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with the 4th and final Johnson here in the Franklin studio, J.W. Johnson, who is heading to Championship Sunday, where you'll face Federico Staksrud. No stranger to facing him. Got some revenge here for Hunter Johnson. He knocked you down earlier in the day. Definitely seemed like you never quite found a groove earlier in that match. Had a couple in the back draw to get back into the bronze. How do you feel like this one went compared to the first one? I mean, obviously you won, but how you played?
Well, of course, I wanted to play as many matches as I could, make it more hard on myself. So obviously I got to play in the back draw a little bit. That was fantastic. And then I just had to get a little bit more in a groove because his serve is really good. His passing shots are really good. He has a lot of patterns. I had to figure that out. And then what I did, I just kept going with what I was doing.
Going into Sunday against Staksrud, of course, you've played him many times. You have both beaten each other throughout the different matches that you've played against each other. What do you think is kind of the key to beating Federico in that match?
Yelling in Spanish against him. So we're going to do that. I'll probably get in his head a little bit before the match. Maybe tomorrow when he's playing mixed, maybe the next day too. Just get a little edge on him, and we'll see how it goes.
I love it. Best plan I've ever heard you talk about, so well done. I mean, we talked to your sister a little bit earlier, found out that you guys have a tradition of going to the movies on Christmas. But, of course, we know of all the Johnsons, you like to eat a lot. That's what you talk about a lot in interviews, is what you do after matches. Pretty much you're always eating. What's your favorite thing to eat at the holidays that's not good for you?
Well, it's not really a holiday tradition, but it's pasta.
Ooh, pasta. All right. Any particular kind of pasta?
marinara sauce, red meat. Yeah, that's
Just
it.
the traditional, simple, straightforward. I love it. All right. Well, J.W. Johnson, congratulations. You are heading to Championship Sunday. We will, of course, see him tomorrow in mixed, but he's done for the day. But our ladies have one final matchup. It is their bronze medal match. Mary Brasha takes on Lina Pedigamete right after this.
Welcome back, everyone, to our final match of the day. We have our women's bronze medal match on deck. We have Mary Brasha, who we have had the pleasure of seeing several times here today. Am I shorting out? Is it me? Is it you? Is it me?
I thought it was you, but
I feel okay now. We're good. We're good. And for the first time today, Miss Lina Pedigamete here on court. Pedigamete, 29 years old, in Austin, Texas. Originally from Lithuania. One of the tallest ladies on tour as well. She can use that length.
Yeah, that was a good.
Very much to her advantage.
That was a great shot from Brasha, but Pedigamete using that length, as you said, and creating that angle with her backhand volley for a winner.
Point. 1-0.
Yeah, great pickup from Brasha. That was a really tough ball from Pedigamete, and Brasha able to pick that up.
0-1. Side out.
Shay, I was just wondering, I do see Rob Nunnery in the corner, but he's kind of walking away. You might need to yell at him. Just a bit of a desperation lob thrown up there from Pedigamete, who Rob Nunnery will be playing mixed with tomorrow.
0-1.
Miss Brasha will be teaming up with Stefan Auvergne, who has also played with Pedigamete several times, also out of Austin.
Brasha hit an out ball and then kind of second guessing herself on that second ball, but it does sail wide.
Great drop there from Brasha. So as I mentioned, Pedigamete, we have not seen her yet today. She defeated Kanadi Hance in her first matchup, then defeating Olivia McMillan before being dropped down by Georgia Johnson. Who has taken the first spot of Championship Sunday.
Got a timeout called by Pedigamete.
After she dropped down, had to defeat Judith Castillo, who we saw earlier in the day. A tough opponent. That was 15-12.
Yeah, I was going to ask what the score
really
was.
Really good matchup there. Yep. And then Pedigamete faced Millie Rain. Just all jumbled in the mouth. That was right there. So defeating her 15-5 to get here to our bronze medal match against Brasha. So she's had some good matches under her belt today in a smaller bracket than the men's, of course. Pedigamete playing for Team Electrum, while Mary Brasha playing for Team Selkirk out of Mission Viejo, California, so not too far away.
One timeout remaining this game. Time in. 4-1. Point. Five points. Side out.
She missed that one long, but it was kind of a tentative long. It was not she didn't hit out on that ball as much. Ooh, that just missed. Yep.
2-5.
That's wide.
Side out.
in. Good sportsmanship there from Padigamate.
Yeah, she was not
Sort of
calling it out,
deferring
just
to
sort of
Brasha.
checking. Yeah, just checking with the ref and Brasha. Yeah, great job by Brasha moving Padigamate from side to side until she finally got an easy enough ball to put away.
7-2.
I mean, Padigamate, as we mentioned, very tall, but if she's not able to get up to the net and kind of use that length where it kind of makes the biggest difference against a player that's going to be, a little bit shorter like Brasha is, it's tough because Brasha, when she gets up to the net, she's moving Padigamate so well around the court. She just isn't able to get into this. So I think I'd like to see Padigamate try and get up to that net a little bit more and kind of
and apply
put
pressure.
the pressure.
Yep. She's going to do that with that short serve.
Yeah, I mean, I think both these ladies, it's going to be to their advantage to get up to the net in this matchup against each other.
2-7. Point.
Yeah, just left that pass too high. Padigamate able to kind of get some leverage over the net, create that angle.
3-7.
Wow. Yeah, an incredible approach from Brasha, but an even better cross-court pass from Padigamate on the run. Short angle, backhand cross.
4-7.
Wow, great deep serve.
Point.
Good job by Padigamate reading that cross-court ball from Brasha.
Point.
The shot we've seen her make so many times, this time leaves it in the net.
Have to imagine there should be a timeout coming here.
Yeah, I'm surprised it hasn't happened.
We've been saying this all day about Brasha, though.
Yep, there it is.
It's always like a little bit too late, just a little too late. She gets there eventually, but definitely the time for it here as Padigamate picking up some steam, putting some things together that are working well for her. So definitely Brasha needing to try and slow the roll a little bit. And again, another big shout out to Sunmed CBD, our title sponsor here at the Mesa Open. Again, final match of the day here for our first day of coverage. Tomorrow we are back with mixed doubles center court 1, which is this court, will be going live at 11 a.m. Mountain Time, while our second streamed court will go live at 10 a.m. Mountain Time. So court 2 is going to go live an hour earlier than this one, just to try and cut down on those shadows that we had earlier in the day. If you were with us, they can be pretty brutal, so we're trying to avoid some of those.
7-6.
Again, certainly seeing whoever's getting up to that net, seemingly controlling these rallies.
Great return.
Well done from Brasha. Gets up to the net and really, very confidently got herself up to the net and went kind of sideline to sideline, getting that opportunity for that winner.
7-6.
Oh, mixes it up now.
Changes it up. Oh, yeah, great job.
That was a beautiful shot there from Brasha, which
It'd been a while since she had scored a point, so it's great to see her break out of that. Ooh. I think that missed, right? Nope.
Nope. Oh. Staccato line.
6-8.
A little short on the serve there.
Oh, wow. Ooh,
It's going to be out.
Oh, wow.
I like the idea. I like the idea.
She stayed in that as long as she
Yeah.
did. Very impressive.
7-8. Point.
Tough. Tied up at 8s here in game 1 of our bronze medal match. I mean, Padigomete, you could see trying to come up,
she
and
did
Brasha
a
just
good
did
job
not
with
allow
those
her
drops.
to.
Yeah, she hits a couple good drops, and Brasha's volleys were just good enough to keep Padigomete from crashing in.
Yeah, Brasha hoping that sails long, but drops in that back court.
Oh, it's out. Great job from Padigomete to stay. Again, she's done a great job staying in some of these points.
Yeah, she's definitely a grinder.
Right.
She will stay in these. She will get back again just.
Oh, that was the right shot. It was there. It was open. And just missed it. Padigomete was actually cheating right up the line. But Brasha leaves it in the net, frustrated with herself. All tied up, right? 8-8?
I believe it is still. Yep. Been at this standstill for a little bit now. Ooh.
Yep, that stayed in. Yeah, great point. Just great gets from Padigomete. They're staying this point so much longer than I thought she was going to, and great job by Brasha to stay aggressive and to not pull back.
I was thinking after the previous rally when Brasha kind of took a really long time to get the ball, and I was wondering if fatigue was setting in a little bit here, and then she came out in that rally just like ramping it up, and I was like, oh, okay, nope. She's okay.
Yeah, I think it's a kind of a more of a mental break, try to get her confidence up. She's been stuck there, at 7 and 8 for a long, long time now. Well, I was going to say yeah.
Yeah, I mean, both the ladies here stuck at 8s now for at least 4 side outs here.
Yeah, great use of that deep lob serve from Brasha. Finally gets out of that 8. But Padigomete very much in this game 1 after being down 7-2. Fought all the way back.
And she is a fighter for sure. I mean, both these ladies are, but a good timeout. I mean, Padigomete only gives up 1, but I think she knows because they'd been stuck at 8 for so long, that could be just the push that Brasha needed to kind of close this out, maybe quicker. So I really like the timeout immediately after giving up just the 1 point. So we'll see if Brasha can kind of keep things going, start something.
See what she does here. Is she going to go back to that lob serve, or is she going to try to drive it? Depth is the key, whether it's a lob serve or a drive. It needs to be deep. Pedigamate going. Yep, she goes for the lob again.
Yeah, Pedigamete, I think, obviously looking like she.
I think she's looking for the cross-court ball. Mary Brash has been hitting cross-court. She goes the other way. I think just caught her off guard, leading to, that's a great serve right on the line.
Game point here for Brash, and she will get it done. So, again, big lead. Got stalled for quite a while, but finally kicked off that 8 and able to close out this first game. We will take a short break. Game number 2 here in our final match of the day, our women's bronze medal, coming your way right after this. Back into the action for what could be our final game of the evening here. Mary Brasha on the near end serving to Lina Pedigamete on the far end. Brasha taking game 1. And now looking to head to Championship Sunday in 2. We'll see if Pedigamete has an answer here. That looked long. Brasha plays it though. I mean, Pedigamete obviously coming back in game 1 from quite a deficit, so certainly has what it takes here to push this to a third.
That was a great return from Brush. I would have liked to see her come in, but she does there. Yep. She recognized that she had an opportunity, took the next opportunity she had.
0-0.
That's a great return from Pedigamete. Yeah, just too good. Very nice. Well played.
0-0. Point.
Very deep serve.
Yeah, Pedigamete's come out on this game 2, and she was serving well in game 1, but you could tell she's really making a point of really hitting out on that serve. That one was a little short, allowing Brasha to come in. Ooh, very close.
Zero, 1.
Yeah, Brasha got caught in that sort of transition area, which, unlike doubles and singles, you don't want to be there for very long because it leaves way too many angles open.
Wow.
Good hands there from Brasha.
I mean,
great exchange.
Pedigamete was bringing all the heat.
Yeah, she was. Great job from Brasha going up the line again. She did it earlier in game 1, catching Pedigamete off guard, expecting the cross court. That's out. And kind of like we said earlier, I think in one of the men's matches, you have your go-to, but you got to have something else that you can hit from the same spot to keep your opponents guessing.
Just trying to catch Brasha kind of going middle, but overdoes it. But both these ladies really very clearly trying to put those serves very deep in the court, as well as their returns. I mean, what a return from Pedigamete.
Yeah, that was so good. Wow, just an incredible shot. Great serve from Pedigamete, I think hit the line. Brasha's return hits the line, and then Pedigamete just hits 2 balls that are so low. Incredible shots from both of them.
3-3.
There's a cross-court volley.
Yeah, we talked a little bit earlier in the day that Brasha seemed a little hesitant sometimes throughout matches. I think she's definitely kind of tapped into a little bit more, whether it be confidence, aggressiveness, and it is serving her very well here.
Yeah, and I think we talked about she just wasn't committing, right? She was kind of hesitant in her, not just her shot selection, but when to go in, when to stay back, and she's much more decisive right now.
4-3.
Oh, just misses. Wow.
Timeout receiving.
Timeout from Pedigamete.
And again, she's been using those timeouts really well, not letting Brasha pull away too much. Definitely using them very strategically, so we'll see if she's able to kind of slow her down a little bit here, as we are just kind of getting into this second game. Again, Pedigamete must win this game 2 to force a third if she wants a shot at Championship Sunday. Brasha certainly a little less pressure. Definitely would like to close this out in 2, though. And that would set up a rematch on Championship Sunday between Georgia Johnson and Brasha, which we saw in our winner bracket final.
Okay, so I want to see this serve. We've seen a little bit of a pattern coming out of timeouts. When she's got a lead, she pulls back. Let's see if she lets this one go. Yeah, it goes for the lob, nice and deep. So yeah, just rushed it just a little bit. Caught the tip of the paddle. Great return. That's going to sail long.
5-3. Tied out. 3-5.
Yeah, great gets from Brasha. Amazing shots from Pedigamete, but Brasha able to stay in that point, creating an angle there with her backhand and then leaving the court open for the easy push volley there for the winner.
5-3.
Yeah, think, I mean, both ladies have been hitting some phenomenal shots from the backcourt, but I think when you just sort of look at the overarching theme of this match, it is who's getting to the net, who's being aggressive, who's closing ground, and who's kind of able to dictate.
Stays in. Wow, just great get. Sideline to sideline there from Pedigamate.
Both of them getting
so
pulled
many
off their
balls.
feet.
Yeah, this high quality shots here from both players.
5-3.
Oh, I mean, that's definitely going out if
Yep.
Pedigamate lets
Yep.
that go, but I guess not taking any chances.
Yeah, when you have the court wide open.
What a return from Brasha.
Job.
Oof.
Five, 3. Point. Six, 3.
Just an
Wow.
awkward.
I
Man, that was
mean,
such an
yeah,
awkward
just a weird kind of
bounce that didn't even come up. Her return was way short. Just caught Brasha off guard. She had so many choices. Pushes it long. I mean, just that almost running forehand volley that we've seen so many times. Loves to pull that cross court. Nothing that Pedigamate could do there.
6-3. Point. Timeout receiving. 7-3.
So, I mean, it had been 5-3 for quite a while here. Brasha not really pulling away. Pedigamate doing a great job of holding her, but she has broken free now, and Pedigamate is going to take a timeout to try and not let this get too out of hand. Again, Brasha just playing very confidently.
Yep.
Really hitting the shots that she has needed to, and certainly the hesitancy we saw a little bit earlier in the day with her seems to have dissipated some, perhaps just picking up that confidence with her wins throughout the day. Getting here into this bronze medal match, looking to head to that championship Sunday. Certainly some good motivation, but Pedigamate has had a hard-fought day as well, and she'd certainly like to make it all the way back into that gold medal match as well. Both these ladies just making each other work for it. Not a lot of free points given up here. Certainly have been some errors on both sides,
yeah,
but
great ball striking from both of these ladies. See, she took a step back here. So let her rip.
yeah, it's just tough. I mean, you could see Pedigamate going for sort of that block reset type volley, which I think ultimately
just
you can't do in singles. You don't want to bring Brasha in and then give her a lot of options to work with. So I don't think that was the right shot at the right time, but
Ooh, that ball was going out, but she, again, took no chances.
I mean,
saw the open court. She's going to
rather
rip
it.
Yeah, she's doing it again. She's stepping back.
Not quite as deep that time.
No, not quite. But
good eye.
Works out for her. 2 points away. Wonder if she's going to mix in a lob serve. Or nope, she's still stepping back.
Yeah, she kind of stuck with that lob serve for quite a while, and now it seems has gone back to a more traditional serve.
That's a great serve.
Yeah, she just crushes that serve.
Oh my gosh. That was
that
so
would have
close
been
to
an
being an
amazing shot. Certainly seen her hit those.
Yep.
4-9.
I mean, again, just these rallies are getting extended a good amount by just some good defense.
Yep.
And Padigamete just, I mean, getting a lot of shots. She's making Brasha hit a lot of shots in these rallies and just kind of really stay engaged.
It's going to sail. Yeah, just a slight miss hit from Padigamete. Great idea to come in on that ball. Just sort of hits it by a little bit. And sails on her.
Yeah, unfortunately, these last few rallies, she's been starting to crank those just a little bit long, and it's going to be a match point here for Mary Brasha to head to Championship Sunday. Pushed it.
But I like it. I
Yep,
like it
yep, I
because
mean, she
she's
had
gone cross court quite a bit. Padigamete was reading the cross court. Good idea. Just overhit it by a little bit.
4-10.
That's going to be. Yeah,
I
thought that was out.
thought that was out as well.
That was out, but
Brasha sometimes a little overly generous.
yeah,
with
and
her
when she
calls.
got overruled in that previous match, it really messes with her.
Side out.
It was out, yeah. Maybe on offensive timeout.
Yeah, we saw her do that earlier
Yeah.
when she got stuck.
Yeah.
But she's, I think this is,
Stepping back, let her rip. Just good depth on that.
great read.
Oh, wow.
And again,
that's
both these ladies have
unfortunate,
just
yeah.
really made each other hit that one more shot. But it is Mary Brasha who comes out on top here, who heads to Championship Sunday for a rematch with Georgia Johnson. But a big congrats to Lina Padigamete, our bronze medalist here at the APP Sunmed Mesa Open, here for our first day of coverage. Again, a big thank you to Pickleball TV running our production this weekend. We got Spencer Laurent, Mitch DeVoe, Sam West, and Angel, I'm forgetting, Rose? It's Rose, right? Angel Rose? I'm going with that. My apologies. So, Daniel Roditi, thank you so much for joining me today.
Yes.
You'll be back, of
I
course,
will
here
be
all
back.
weekend long. But a big thank you to our referees here and the APP staff, Dee Davidson, of course, running our tournament desk, and all of the volunteers here in Mesa. We're back tomorrow, as I mentioned, on CC1 at 11 a.m. Mountain Time, but CC2 kicks off at 10 a.m. Mountain Time. So plan to join us in the morning wherever you are joining us from in the world. We head to the Franklin studio one final time before we sign off. We'll be back right after this.
The pulse, the beat, the vibe. You have a place to turn it on. Talking Stick Resort.
Welcome back one final time in the Franklin studio before signing off. We are here with Mary Brasha, who is heading for a rematch with Georgia Johnson on Championship Sunday. So we were just discussing, you are no stranger to a gold medal match. However, this is your first Championship Sunday appearance because the tournaments you have won, we have not had a Championship Sunday. So how are we feeling about our first Championship Sunday appearance?
Oh my gosh, this is such a great way to end the year. I feel like I've been working hard, and I'm so excited to get to compete on Sunday against such a great player, and Georgia's awesome, so I know it'll be a good battle.
I mean, looking back over the year, you know, we kind of talked, you kind of have a body of work to look back on sort of in how you did. Have you already started to sort of think about what you want to accomplish next year or goals you have, or are you kind of get through this year, take the break, kind of mentally reset, or have we sort of looked forward yet?
Yeah, for sure. One tournament at a time, every point at a time. That's what I was really telling myself when I was at 10 in this match. I'm like, 1 point at a time. But I definitely have goals, and I said it before when I committed to playing pickle full-time. I want to get as good as I can while I have this opportunity. I feel so lucky, and I'm just stoked. Yeah.
Do you guys have any special Brasha traditions around the holiday time, whether it be, you know, Christmas, New Year's, whatever it is? Do you guys have something you sort of look forward to as a family?
We're simple. We love spending quality family time. We're really close, but we have lots of singing and dancing in our house all the time and just good times at the Brasha house. I don't know.
I mean, how could you not have good times in the Brasha household? I love it. Such a big shout out to the Brasha family. We'll see Maggie, of course. Yeah. You guys teaming up in women's, so that'll be on Saturday. But a big congrats once again to Mary Brasha in her first Championship Sunday appearance. And we are done for the day. We'll see you, of course, in mixed tomorrow as well. But thank you so much for joining us here as we kick off our final tour stop of 2022 here in Mesa, Arizona for the Sunmed Mesa Open. And again, tomorrow we're back on Court 2 at 10 a.m. Mountain Time, but Court 1 kicks off at 11. So we will see you in the morning.